Chapter 4025. Young Qinya. In the eyes of the Chunying school's disciples, although he had become a middle-level godly emperor, his previous performance was not outstanding, so he did not attract much attention. However, Duan Lingtian felt that young Qinya was not weak. Even if he was not as outstanding as Yi Inkai, Yun Yue, and the other young disciples of the Chunying school, he was probably stronger than the others. It's by Mingzhong from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. As for the young disciples of the Pure Sun sect, when they saw the person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, many of their expressions changed slightly. Some of them even said the person's name directly. By Mingzhong, a disciple of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although he was not the most outstanding among the young disciples of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, he was not weak either. At the same time, he was also a well-known figure, and was somewhat famous in Tongling province. Now, such a person had encountered young Qinya, a disciple of the Chunying school. Although they had heard from their elders that young Qinya had become a middle-level godly emperor, they were also shocked. However, they did not think highly of his current strength. Young Qinya's breakthrough in a short period of time only gave him an advantage against low-level godly emperors. As a middle-level godly emperor, it would be difficult for young Qinya to defeat him. Bai Mingzhong was a middle-level godly emperor who had been famous in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness for many years. He had become a middle-level godly emperor 1,000 years ago and had already consolidated his cultivation. Of course, Bai Mingzhong had an advantage because he was almost 10,000 years old. At the Seven Prefectures banquet, it was difficult to find another person who was older than him. Tongling Province, Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Bai Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong stared at young Qinya and smiled cruelly. You're from the Chunying school, but I've never heard of you. It seems like you're just a nobody in the Chunying school. If you're afraid, just go down. That way, you won't get hurt later. Haha. The moment Bai Mingzhong opened his mouth, it was a continuous provocation. His purpose was to make his opponent not admit defeat without a fight. Appropriate provocation could infuriate his opponent, making him hate him so that he would not choose to admit defeat. However, he soon realized that his provocation had no effect on young Qinya. As his voice fell, young Qinya glanced at him indifferently. Are you done? When Bai Mingzhong saw this, his face turned gloomy. Did this person just ignore his words? Let's begin. At this moment, the Flame Howl sect elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the Seven-Mansion banquet, promptly reminded them. He did not have the time to watch these two youngsters waste their time here. Behind them, there were still many people. Today, the first phase of the elite group competition would end. Bang! As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Bai Mingzhong pounced on young Qinya like an enraged lion, his body glowing with golden light. A giant axe with a long handle appeared in his hand. The giant axe was obviously a high-grade divine artifact. As soon as he attacked, the wind howled and its power was overwhelming. However, young Qinya quickly retreated in the face of Lin Donglai's attack. He retreated further and further. During this process, his divine power of the medium divine emperor realm was somewhat erratic, giving people a feeling that it was extremely unstable. This was a sign that his cultivation had not yet stabilized. How dare you be so arrogant when you haven't even stabilized your cultivation as a middle divine emperor? Bai Mingzhong roared angrily, and his attacks intensified. Seeing this, Lin Donglai stared at Lin Donglai, afraid that he would kill the disciple from Chunying school with his axe. Since a few days ago, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had not shown mercy to the people from Chunying school. Previously, they had even crippled 2 of their disciples, making it impossible for them to continue in the Seven-Mansion banquet. Even if they had the opportunity to challenge the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, they were not qualified to do so. It would be difficult for them to recover from their injuries in a short time. Die! Bai Mingzhong roared, and a powerful attack swept out. The light from the axe grew brighter, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. It fell on young Qinya with a loud bang. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be overshadowed. It was as if the axe was the only thing left between heaven and earth. Watch out! Many people instinctively cried out to warn young Qinya. Even Lin Donglai, The host of the banquet stared at Bai Mingzhong, ready to intervene if Bai Mingzhong killed Yang Qinya. Is that all you've got? While many people were worried about Yang Qinya, under everyone's gaze, Yang Qinya did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and faced Bai Mingzhong. At the same time, he was speaking indifferently. Lin Donglai was stunned by this scene. Did I misjudge him? This disciple from Chunyang School is not afraid of the genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? Almost at the same time, Lin Donglai seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed drastically. Stop! At the same time, Ren Tiechio, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, suddenly roared. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy swept out like a raging wave, clearly intending to intervene. Leader Ren, you've gone too far. The moment Ren Tiechio made his move, a sword ray whizzed out from the ninth heaven and easily defeated Ren Tiechio's energy. In the next moment, the upper echelons of the various prefectures and major forces all looked toward the Chunyang School. Their gazes fell on the man in a light golden robe. It was the patriarch of the hidden sword faction of Chunyang School, Yi Chanfeng, a patriarch who was not even 20,000 years old. In terms of age, Yi Chanfeng was the youngest intermediate god emperor present. However, in terms of strength, no one dared to say that they were stronger than Yi Chanfeng. This time, the leaders of the various prefectures and major forces were all intermediate god emperors. Although some forces had advanced god emperors, they did not come this time. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, attracting everyone's attention. In the next moment, everyone looked away from Yi Chanfeng. When they returned to the battlefield, they saw that Bai Mingzhong, the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, was riddled with holes. It was as if his body had been pierced by thousands of arrows. Lin Donglai stood to the side, his face pale. Trash. Yang Qinya glanced at Bai Mingzhong indifferently and left these two words. Then, he turned around and left. He's not dead yet. Leader Ren, we can still save him if we pay a price. At the same time, Lin Donglai pushed his hand forward, and an invisible force pulled Bai Mingzhong's battered body toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. I'm partly responsible. These two supreme emperor-level divine pills are a token of my appreciation for him. In the next moment, Lin Donglai spoke again and handed over 2 pill bottles at the same time. After Ren Tiechio took the pill bottles, he looked at the other old man beside him. Elder Wang, take the pills and bring him back to the Alliance. Yes, leader. The old man answered and left with Bai Mingzhong, who was on the verge of death. However, the people present did not know that when Ren Tiechio asked the old man to leave, he sent a voice transmission to the old man. Don't waste the divine pills on him. After you take him away, give him a quick death. If I remember correctly, he's just an orphan. His only grandmaster passed away a few years ago. Without him, no one will care, Ren Tiechio said. Yes, leader. The old man knew why his leader did this. First, Bai Mingzhong did not have a backer in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Second, Bai Mingzhong's injuries were too serious. Even with the 2 ultimate Emperor Divine pills given by Lin Donglai, they could only keep him alive and heal some of his injuries. If they wanted to heal him, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would have to pay no less than 10 ultimate Emperor Divine pills. It was a pity to waste them on Bai Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong's life was not worth that much. Some of the people present guessed why the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ren Tiechio, asked someone to take Bai Mingzhong away at this time. He did not even give Bai Mingzhong the 2 divine pills given by Lin Donglai in front of everyone. Even Lin Donglai had guessed something. However, he only frowned slightly and did not say anything more. Although he was partly responsible for this, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was the most responsible. If the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had not repeatedly attacked the people of Chunyang School, they would not have suffered such retribution. As for why it was Yi Yingkai, the prodigy of Chunyang School, who first targeted the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he did not know the reason at first. However, he found out later on. Regarding this, he could understand. He knew that the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would understand as well. However, they still allowed the prodigy of the Alliance to attack the Chunyang School's disciple. In his opinion, even if Bai Mingzhong died today, The alliance of benevolence and justice had only themselves to blame. But how can this Chunying school's disciple be so strong? I feel that his strength is not weaker than those prodigies of Chunying school, including Yi Yingkai. He might even be stronger. When Lin Donglai's gaze returned to the back of the figure that everyone was looking at, he could not help but look surprised. In the past, he did not know that there was such a person in Chunying school. Who is he? Does Chunying school have such a hidden trump card? I don't think he's any weaker than the other first-rate prodigies in the Pure Sun sect other than Duan Ling Tian, right? I didn't expect that there was such a person in Chunying school. He did not show his strength before, but at the critical moment, he suddenly showed his true strength and seriously injured by Mingzhong. Yeah, if Elder Lin Donglai did not intervene in time, Bai Mingzhong would have died on the spot. Yang Qinya's strength not only shocked the others, but also the people of Chunying school, including Duan Lingtian, were shocked. I underestimated him. Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Qinya, his heart throbbing. Was the supreme spiritual abode really so amazing? How long had it been? Yang Qinya had grown to such a level. Even if he became a middle-level divine emperor earlier than me, it was not much earlier than me. Judging from his attack just now, it is obvious that he has almost consolidated his cultivation. Maybe he will have a chance to completely consolidate his cultivation before the end of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was burning with passion. He yearned for the supreme spiritual abode even more. Chapter 40-26. Duan Lingtian knew how difficult it was to consolidate one's cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. If it weren't for the help of the divine elements, he wouldn't have been able to consolidate his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. Yang Qinya, on the other hand, was close to consolidating his cultivation as well. No one would believe that he didn't have an opportunity. Is Yang Qinya that powerful? Duan Lingtian wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone from Chunying school was shocked as well. Of course, Yang Qinya's master, Yuan Hanjin, was an exception. However, Yuan Hanjin was smiling brightly when people around him congratulated him for having a good disciple. It was obvious that he was proud of Yang Qinya. Yang Qinya, you're amazing. Yang Qinya, you've helped Chunying school get back at us. Yang Qinya, you almost killed him. You're amazing. Yeah, that's a middle-level divine emperor. You almost killed that guy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice even though he was watching you. You're amazing. The group of Chunying school's disciples, who had been depressed, were all excited after Yang Qinya made his move. It was as if they were the ones who had crippled the genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, not Yang Qinya. Even the famous geniuses from Chunying school, such as Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue, looked at Yang Qinya with surprise in their eyes. Of course, they were more concerned about Yang Qinya. Yang Qinya, who had been ignored by them, had unknowingly become as powerful as them. Judging from Yang Qinya's move, even they weren't confident that they could defeat Yang Qinya. Yang Qinya wasn't just the focus of Chunying school's disciples. Even the people from various prefectures and forces were focused on him. His name is Yang Qinya. Ping Sheng's branch of the Pure Sun sect has also produced a genius. He's the grand disciple of Yuan Pingsheng, the patriarch of Chunying school's Ping Sheng branch. This time, it could be said that Yang Qinya had made a name for himself in a single battle. He had completely entered the vision of all the major forces of the various prefectures. One had to know that before this, not many people knew about him, let alone remembered him. Yang Qinya, who was in the center of the storm, had a cold and calm expression on his face this time. He didn't show any complacency because of the praises of the people around him. He was still calm. Of course, if one were to observe his eyes more closely, one would be able to discover that he had a lot of worries hidden in the depths of his eyes. After Yang Qinya's fight, the next round of the elite group competition, even if it was Yun Yue, he would easily defeat his opponent in a few moves. Moreover, because the other party was not from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he knew when to stop. When the first segment of the first phase of the competition for the elite group ended, more and more people appeared before the eyes of the people from the various manors. Among them, there were some who were already famous, but there were also many who were previously unknown. SSS2's to be was 22222. Of course, Lin Yuan was considered external help. However, since he had joined the Flame Howl sect and was not more than 10,000 years old, he met the requirements to participate in the 7 Prefectures banquet. Therefore, even if some people were unhappy, they couldn't say anything. It was within the rules. There was nothing they could do. If they had the ability, they could also look for external help. It wasn't easy to find external help. After the first round of the elite group competition ended, it was time for the second round of the second round. However, it would only begin on the second day. Based on the experience of the rookie group competition, the second round of the elite group competition might not be as exciting as the first round. This was because those who had displayed their strength in the first round would not be challenged in the second round. Even if they forfeited, they wouldn't be asking for a snub. You know you're no match for them, yet you still want to be injured? That's not courage, it's looking for a beating. Since there were far fewer people compared to the rookie group competition, the second round of the elite group competition ended in just a few days. Many people successfully entered the elite group. It was the same as the rookie competition. There were quite a few people with decent strength who could smoothly enter the elite group if they were lucky. Because the second stage of the elite group competition was the last stage, they could only issue challenges. Moreover, the weaker people had already been challenged, so they couldn't issue any challenges. Therefore, they couldn't enter the elite group in the end. Therefore, although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. This situation was similar to the rookie group competition. No one made a fuss because they knew it was meaningless. Moreover, after the second round of the elite group competition ended, the Flame Howl sect's elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7 Prefectures banquet, said that those who were confident of entering the top 30 would be given an extra slot to enter the elite ranking. However, once they didn't enter the top 30, they would have to pay a price. In the end, no one asked for an extra slot, because even those who felt that they were unlucky felt that if they were lucky, they could enter the elite group. As for the elimination battle, they didn't have any confidence. Not to mention entering the top 30. It was still the same sentence. Those who were strong didn't need to rely on luck. Those who weren't strong needed to rely on luck. In the 7 Prefectures banquet, luck was also a part of strength. If you were unhappy, as long as you met the requirements, you could be given an extra slot. However, if you didn't meet the requirements, you would have to pay a price. Otherwise, if everyone was given an extra slot, wouldn't it be a mess? Then, what was the point of the previous battles? After the elite group competition, it's the Lingyun group competition. The first round of the Lingyun group competition is similar to the elite group and rookie group. However, in the second round, those who entered the Lingyun group in the first round can only be challenged 3 times at most. Those who were eliminated in the first round can also challenge 3 times at most. Lin Donglai stood in the air as his voice spread. The Lingyun group was also the third round of the 7 Prefectures banquet. After the elite group competition, the remaining people were reduced in half again. There were only slightly more than 400 people left. Moreover, there was one person who could directly enter the Lingyun group. Lin Donglai directly designated the person who had the Bai Chunyang school, Yang Qinya. However, no one paid any attention to his decision. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. If Yang Qinya made a move like before, they were worried that they would follow in the footsteps of the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Of course, those who had such thoughts were those who were not confident in their strength. Those who were strong did not care about the slot. They could give it to whoever they wanted. After all, they would definitely obtain a slot with their own strength in the end. For the elite group competition, 400 will survive from 800. For the Lingyun group competition, 200 will survive from 400. After this round of the Lingyun group competition, it'll be the competition for the Aspirations group, 200 will survive from 100. After the Aspirations group competition, it'll be the competition for the ranking of the top 100 people. Of course, the top 100 people will receive corresponding rewards. The top 30 people will receive even better rewards. As for the top 10, I won't say much. I'm sure you all know. As soon as Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the 7 Prefectures banquet, finished speaking, the third round of the 7 Prefectures banquet, the competition for the Lingyun group, began. This time, they still drew tokens with engraved words to determine their opponents. When Duan Lingtian received the token, he noticed that a group of people from Chunyang School, including Zhen Pingfan, were all looking at him. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Did these guys think that he was as unlucky as them this time? Before Zhen Pingfan could say anything, Duan Lingtian pointed the token at him and injected his divine power into it soon. A word entered Zhen Pingfan's eyes before Duan Lingtian could see it. When Duan Lingtian saw the disappointment on Zhen Pingfan's face, he knew that the words on the token he received this time were definitely more normal. This was also what Duan Lingtian had guessed earlier. The first time, he was unlucky. The second time, he was unlucky. If the third time was still the same strange word, then someone was really deliberately targeting him. Of course, the possibility of this was very small, almost zero. Zhou. This time, the word on Duan Lingtian's token was Zhou, the word for the universe. Seeing this, not only was Zhen Pingfan disappointed, but the other people from Chunyang School who were watching the show also withdrew their gazes. At the same time, as Lin Donglai spoke, the battle of the Lingyun group officially began. At first, there was nothing to see, until Ma Qihong from the Machi family of Tunglung Province entered the arena. His opponent was the host this time, the people from Mysterious Jade Mansion, and he was not an ordinary person. He was the genius of Mysterious Jade Mansion's Rui sect, Jia Mulin. Jia Mulin was one of the strongest people in the younger generation of Rui sect under 10,000 years old. This time, his opponent was Ma Qihong. Looking at his solemn face after entering the arena, it was enough to see how much pressure he was under now. Jia Mulin, you're quite famous. I've heard of you. Ma Qihong looked at Jia Mulin and said indifferently, "Are you going to admit defeat? Or do you want me to send you off the arena?" Jia Mulin took a deep breath when he heard this. Then, he cupped his hands together and said, "I've long heard of your great name, Ma Qihong. If you were the strongest person among the younger generation in Tunglung Province, I would have made way for you this time. However, you're not now. That's why I still want to try." As he spoke, Jia Mulin revealed 2 rows of pearly white teeth and grinned. In Ma Qihong's eyes, this grin was no different from mockery. He flew into a rage, and his eyes turned cold. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Almost as soon as Lin Donglai announced the start of the battle, Ma Qihong pounced on Jia Mulin like an enraged tiger. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Jia Mulin, who had retreated in time, and thought to himself, this prodigy from Rui sect must have provoked Ma Qihong on purpose. However, unless he's strong enough, he won't be able to win even if he angers Ma Qihong and makes him lose his composure. When the gap in strength was large enough, all schemes and tricks were useless. Chapter 4027. Jia Mulin's intention was to anger Ma Qihong and make him lose his mind. He thought he might be able to take advantage of this to defeat Ma Qihong. However, he was certain Ma Qihong was stronger than him. However, he did not know how much stronger Ma Qihong was. Since he was confident in himself, he did not think Ma Qihong was much stronger than him. However, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. How can he be so strong? Jia Mulin, who barely managed to block Ma Qihong's attack with his celestial weapon, felt his arms trembling. The trembling even spread to his entire body, giving him a suffocating feeling. Too strong. Was this the strength of the former strongest person among the younger generation in Tunglung Province? Was he not defeated by Duan Lingtian? When Jia Mulin faced Ma Qihong's second attack, he could not block it at all. The divine weapon in his hand was knocked out of his hand, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. Complete defeat. Even so, Ma Qihong did not give up on pursuing Duan Lingtian. "Stop. I admit defeat." Lin Donglai and Jia Mulin's voices sounded at the same time. Although Ma Qihong was furious, he had no choice but to give up. Duan Lingtian had admitted defeat. If he continued to attack, he would be suspected of intentionally killing Duan Lingtian. According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, the person in charge of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet was allowed to attack Duan Lingtian. Even if he killed Duan Lingtian, his death would be in vain. This rule was jointly set by the 7 prefectures. Does this mean my cultivation base has been completely consolidated? Although Ma Qihong had not unleashed his full strength, Yi Chunfeng could still sense the abnormality in his divine energy. Therefore, he told Duan Lingtian about this. Even Duan Lingtian was surprised by this. Ma Qihong seemed to be quite far away from completely consolidating his cultivation base. However, it was completely consolidated now? Some time ago, I heard that the Machi clan paid a huge price to obtain a peak Emperor-grade divine pellet. That peak Emperor-grade divine pellet is one of the best amongst the peak Emperor-grade divine pellets. Its function is to help a high-level god emperor consolidate his cultivation base. Upon hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, it would be easy to explain. As for what kind of divine pellet Yi Chunfeng was talking about, he had heard of it before. That was a top-grade Emperor-grade divine pill. He was confident in concocting an Emperor-grade divine pill, but he wasn't confident in concocting a peak Emperor-grade divine pill. In fact, even if he was given 10 sets of ingredients, he wasn't confident in concocting it even once. So strong. So strong. After Ma Qihong's victory, the people from the various major powers in the Profound Jade Mansion were in an uproar. As members of Profound Jade Mansion, they naturally knew how strong Jia Yulin was. In the Profound Jade Mansion's Good Fortune sect, none of the younger generation below the age of 10,000 would dare to say they were stronger than Jia Yulin. In fact, there were only a few people who could fight Jia Yulin to a draw. But such a powerful Jia Yulin was defeated by Ma Qihong in 2 moves. Ma Qihong's strength broadened their horizons, and at the same time, their hearts trembled. I thought that the defeated opponent of Duan Lingtian was just Oso. Who would have thought that he would be so strong? That's right. When I heard he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, I thought it might be because the Eastern Ridge Mansion didn't have anyone for the past 10,000 years. That's why he's the best. In fact, he might not be stronger than us. I didn't expect him to be so strong. If he's so strong, what about Duan Lingtian? Many of the young prodigies from the various major powers were shocked by Ma Qihong's strength. When they recalled that Duan Lingtian had defeated Ma Qihong, they were even more shocked. However, after hearing those people's discussions, Ma Qihong, who had yet to return to the Machi clan's side, suddenly stopped his footsteps and frowned slightly. In the next instant, he said in a clear voice, "When I was defeated by Duan Lingtian, I was still a long way from consolidating my cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor. However, I've completely consolidated my cultivation base now. If I fight with Duan Lingtian again, I'll definitely win." Ma Qihong could not stand how the crowd was using Duan Lingtian to trample on him. He spoke confidently. Upon hearing his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. So that's how it is. When Duan Lingtian defeated him, he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor. If that's the case, Duan Lingtian might not be able to defeat him this time. Perhaps, if they fight again, Duan Lingtian might be defeated by him. When Ma Qihong spoke, not many people doubted his words. After all, there was no need for him to lie. Moreover, if he lied, he would end up slapping himself in the face and be ridiculed. They did not think Ma Qihong would do such a stupid thing. "You're quite confident." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he stood among the people from the Chunyang school. Then, he looked at Jin Pingfan and asked through voice transmission, "Elder Jin, do you think Ma Qihong will be angered to death if I admit defeat on purpose and challenge him to eliminate him?" Duan Lingtian's voice transmission stunned Jin Pingfan. When he regained his senses, he replied through voice transmission, "If you do that, not only will he be angered to death, but the other people from the Machi clan will be angered to death as well. Machi Yuning, especially, will definitely not let you off." Jin Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued. "Of course, it's meaningless even if you do that. Even if you defeat him and replace him, he still has 3 chances to challenge others. He can easily challenge others to advance to the next round. Unless you cripple him." Cough cough. "I'm just joking." Jin Pingfan corrected his words. He was worried Duan Lingtian would have the intention to cripple Jin Pingfan after hearing his words. If that happened, the Machi clan would go crazy. Machi Yuning, especially, might become a mad dog. Although Machi Yuning looked kind and loving, Duan Lingtian had heard from his father that this old fellow was a ruthless person when he was young. He had once annihilated several small clans because of a small matter. Moreover, he had personally made a move. If Duan Lingtian crippled Machi Hong, the Machi clan would lose the 2 chances that were already set in stone. It was no different from cutting off Machi Yuning's path to becoming a higher god emperor. Under such circumstances, the possibility of Machi Yuning going crazy was very high. Naturally, it was impossible for Machi Yuning to succeed in this place since his junior uncle Yi was there to protect Duan Lingtian. However, what if it was a different place and time? It was impossible for his junior uncle Yi to always keep an eye on Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian, then cripple him? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Elder Zhen, I think your suggestion is feasible. Bah. Zhen Pingfan spat in annoyance. I already said that it was a joke. I was really joking. If you really do that, the Machi clan will treat you as a sworn enemy. Even Machi Yuning won't let you off. If this old fellow doesn't break through soon, he won't have many years left to live. If you make him lose the chance to enter the secret realm in the Saint Land, it'll be equivalent to breaking his last hope. Even if you stay in the Chunyang school, he might still sneak into the Chunyang school and kill you when he knows he'll die in the next heavenly tribulation. Therefore, it's fine if you want to defeat or cripple Machi Hong. However, you have to wait until Machi Hong has entered the top 10 of the 7 mansions feast. Zhen Pingfan said. A hint of fear flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this. Even a cornered dog could jump over a wall. Moreover, this was a person who was about to die. If a person who was about to die broke his last straw and was given a chance, even if the chance was slim, he would most likely take revenge on Duan Lingtian. I understand. After Zhen Pingfan's reminder, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea. This kind of thing was harming others without benefiting oneself. He was just unhappy with Machi Hong. There was no need to anger a medium god emperor who did not have much time left. The competition in the Ling Yun group was naturally more exciting than the competition in the elite group. This was especially true for the Resurrection Challenge. Everyone had 3 chances to challenge someone in the Ling Yun group. Everyone who entered the Ling Yun group could be challenged 3 times. After they were successfully challenged and left the Ling Yun group, they would also have 3 chances to challenge someone. However, in the end, the competition in the Ling Yun group was similar to the competition in the elite group and the competition in the rookie group. The strong would eliminate the weak first. The weak would only have 3 chances to challenge someone they thought they had a chance of defeating. For example, Duan Lingtian, Yang Qinya, and Yi Yingkai were not challenged by anyone. After the competition in the Ling Yun group ended, they entered the Ling Yun group. And during this process, more and more people started to display their true strength in front of the public. There were only 204 people in the Ling Yun group. The competition in the Lofty Aspirations group will begin in 3 days. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the 7 mansions feast ended and the crowd dispersed. 3 days later, the competition in the Lofty Aspirations group began. This time, there were only 102 people left out of the 204 people. The 102 people in the Lofty Aspirations group would enter the ranking battle. 10 days later, the ranking battle for the top 100 will begin. Of course, 30 of the slots are for the seeded contestants. Those who are strong can recommend themselves to be seeded contestants. However, there may be people who challenge you. You can only enter the top 30 if you hold on until the end. To be more precise, the rankings from the 31st to the 100th will be decided first. After the competition in the Lofty Aspirations group ended, Lin Donglai announced again. This time, everyone's spirits were shaken. The highlight of the 7 mansions feast was finally coming. The ranking battle. I've been waiting for a long time. On the Chunyang school side, a prodigy who was as famous as Yi Yingkai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with anticipation. At this moment, he was not the only one who had anticipation in his eyes. There were also many prodigies from various mansions. These people were not only in the Lofty Aspirations group, but also those who did not. They were looking forward to the ranking battle because it would be exciting. Chapter 4028. Recommend yourself as a seeded contestant? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Donglai's words. Did that mean anyone could apply? Of course, according to Lin Donglai's words, the seeded contestants would have to accept challenges from other contestants. If one did not have a certain level of strength, it would be useless to recommend oneself as a seeded contestant. Moreover, one would be targeted and their performance would be affected. One might be able to make it into the top 50, but because one recommended himself as a seeded contestant, he would be targeted and ranked below the top 50. Generally speaking, there were gains and losses. 3 days later, the mysterious Jade Mansion will send someone to pick out the names of the seeded contestants. As before, each faction can only recommend 3 people at most. As soon as Lin Donglai said this, some of the prodigies who wanted to join in the fun and recommend themselves became discouraged. They thought they would be the ones to recommend themselves. They did not expect that they would have to go through the faction behind them to recommend themselves. Moreover, each faction could only recommend 3 people. Now, let's disperse. Everyone, see you in 10 days. At that time, the mysterious Jade Mansion will also select 30 seeded contestants. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the crowd dispersed one after another. Duan Lingtian also left with the Chunyang School's group. On the way back, he did not ask about the seeded contestants because he knew he would definitely get a spot. The prodigies from the Chunyang School also thought the same. Duan Lingtian will definitely get one of the 3 spots. I'm afraid it won't be easy to divide the remaining 2 spots. Many people looked at Yi Yingkai, Yun Yue, and the other 3 prodigies from the Chunyang School who were as famous as Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue. These 5 people's strength was on par with each other. How would they divide the 2 spots? Don't forget that Yang Qinya is from Ping Shang's faction. I'm afraid he's not weaker than Yi Yingkai and the other prodigies. That's right. There's also Yang Qinya. Perhaps one of the 3 spots this time will go to Yang Qinya. That's possible. Yang Qinya's strength is, to a certain extent, stronger than Yi Yingkai and the other prodigies. The surrounding voices caused Yi Yingkai and the rest to turn silent. Their gazes towards Yang Qinya had also become extremely complicated. Yang Qinya, this small fry that they didn't even put in their eyes in the past, actually had a strength that wasn't weaker than theirs, and might even be stronger than theirs. Now, among the younger generation of Chunyang School under 10,000 years old, only Duan Lingtian is better than you. Yuan Hanjin said to Yang Qinya through voice transmission. However, as long as you work hard, you'll surpass him sooner or later. At that time, even if you want to avenge your childhood friend and kill him, it's not impossible. I think highly of you, Yuan Hanjin said. Thank you, Master. Yang Qinya replied indifferently with a voice transmission. His indifferent tone caused Yuan Hanjin to frown slightly. This disciple of his seemed to have suddenly become a different person recently. In the past, he had never been so rude in front of him. Why? Could it be that his will had been subtly influenced because he had entered the most powerful divine abode? This should be the case, Yuan Hanjin thought to himself. At the same time, the group of prodigies from Chunyang School was still discussing the 3 spots. Do you think, if 2 of the 3 spots belong to Duan Lingtian and Yang Qinya, the last spot will fall into Yi Yingcai's hands? After all, Yi Yingcai is Elder Ye's grand disciple. Elder Yi, Yi Chunfeng. In the past, he was as famous as Lu Fenggu in Chunyang School. In terms of strength, he might even be stronger than Lu Fenggu. Now, Yi Chunfeng had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul, and his strength was comparable to an ordinary upper divine emperor. If he really let his grand disciple Yi Yingcai take one of the spots, Lu Fenggu, who was leading the team with him, would certainly not say anything. As for the others, they would not say anything. I don't think so. Elder Yi is not a selfish person. I think so too. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Yi Chunfeng as he listened to the whispers of the crowd. If he had not learned from Zhen Pingfan that Yi Chunfeng was a person who did not hold grudges, he might have been deceived by these people's words. However, Elder Yi shouldn't be the subject of ridicule in the sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 10 days later, when the group from Chunyang School set off again, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. The 3 spots had nothing to do with Yi Yingcai. 7 days ago, I've already given the names of the 3 people corresponding to the spots to the mystic Jade Mansion, Yi Chunfeng said calmly as he led the group. Yi Chunfeng said calmly as he led the crowd. 3 spots. 1 for Duan Lingtian, 1 for Yang Qinya. The last spot belongs to Yun Yewe. As soon as Yi Chunfeng said this, most people were shocked. Even Yun Yewe himself was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect the last spot to be given to him. However, after a while, when he heard the voice transmission from the old man beside him, he understood. This time, Elder Yi and Elder Lu were leading the group because they could not give the last spot to Yi Inkai or the person from the Hidden Sword faction. The other two people who were as famous as him, Yi Inkai, and the person from the Hidden Sword faction were also close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Only the Wanderlust faction, which Yun Yue was in, was not close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Of course, since they were in the same sect, it was impossible for them to be distant. How dare you use me as a shield? Yun Yue was a little helpless, but he didn't care too much about it. There are a total of 30 spots for the seeded contestants. Although each faction has 3 spots, there are 28 factions, which means that there are 84 recommendation spots. Out of the 84 recommendation spots, 30 people will be chosen. I definitely won't be able to do it. Duan Lingtian should be fine. Yang Qinya, on the other hand, has some hope. While Yun Yue was lamenting inwardly, Duan Lingtian also learned from Jinping Fan the reason why Yun Yue was given a spot but not Yi Yingkai and the others. However, he didn't mind this at all. At the same time, he felt Yi Yingkai and the others would not mind. Not being a seeded contestant did not mean one could not enter the top 30. As long as one could defeat a seeded contestant, one could still enter the top 30. Not long after everyone arrived at the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, it was almost time for everyone to arrive. As the host, Lin Donglai was late again. After a few days of research, we've selected 30 seeded contestants from the recommendation spots from the various mansions and sects. Lin Donglai went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. Then, he began to recite the names of the 30 seeded contestants. One by one, the names entered everyone's ears. The 30 seeded contestants were from various mansions and sects. However, not every sect had a seeded contestant. For example, the Profound Jade Mansion and the Rui sect did not have a single seeded contestant. Naturally, the Rui sect was not the only one. However, it was precisely because of this that the Rui sect did not have a spot in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Since the Rui sect, as the host of the Profound Jade Mansion's banquet, did not say anything, what else could they say? Moreover, a seeded contestant did not mean anything. In the last Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, there were those who did not manage to enter the top 10. I remember, during the last Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, even Elder Yi from Chunyang School did not manage to obtain a seeded contestant. However, he still managed to enter the top 30 in the end. When the news spread, many people's eyes fell on the Chunyang School. Their gazes fell on Yi Chunfeng. Yi Chunfeng was the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword progeny in Chunyang School. He was the strongest person in Tunglung Province. Most importantly, he was not only a junior. He was not even 20,000 years old. During the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet 10,000 years ago, he was supposed to represent Chunyang School in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, he did not manage to enter the top 20, let alone the top 10. The world has changed in 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, there were many who were stronger than this Elder Yi of the Pure Sun sect among the younger generation of the 7 prefectures. But now, there's no one who can compare to him. That's why it's said that temporary gains and losses are not permanent. Elder Yi from Chunyang School has taught us a good lesson. I think so too. Even if I can't enter the top 30 now, even if I'm not a seeded contestant, it doesn't mean I'll be weaker than them 10,000 years later. Who knows? Maybe I'll be stronger than Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School and Machi Hong from the Machi clan. They might not be as strong as me 10,000 years later. As expected, Duan Lingtian obtained one of the 30 seeded contestants. If he did not obtain a spot, there might be people who would question him. Machi Hong from the Machi clan had also obtained a spot. However, Machi Hong was the only one from the Machi clan who obtained a spot. On the other hand, apart from Duan Lingtian, Yang Qinya from Chunyang School had also obtained a spot. This was beyond many people's expectations. They did not expect Yang Qinya to obtain a spot. Yang Qinya from Chunyang School has never shown his strength before. I didn't expect him to shock everyone with his skills. Now, He's even obtained a spot as a seeded contestant. Previously, I had a feeling that he's not weaker than those from Chunyang School. Now, it seems like that's true. Otherwise, the Mystic Jade Mansion wouldn't have given him a spot as a seeded contestant. There are a total of 30 spots. Among the 28 forces here, Chunyang School has obtained 2 spots. How amazing! It's not just Chunyang School. Even the Flame Howl sect has obtained 2 spots. Lin Yuan and Imo Luo Duo, the most powerful person among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect under 10,000 years old. Imo Luo Duo is widely acknowledged as the most powerful person among the younger generation in the Mystic Jade Mansion under 10,000 years old. He might not be weaker than Ma Qihong. He might be comparable to Duan Lingtian. This was the first time Duan Lingtian heard the name Imo Luo Duo, the prodigy of the Flame Howl sect. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect under 10,000 years old. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the Mystic Jade Mansion under 10,000 years old. Chapter 4029. In fact, Chunyang School and Blazing Howl sect were not the only 2 seeded contestants. A few other forces also had 2 seeded contestants. The reason why so many people were paying attention to Chunyang School and Blazing Howl sect was because of Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School. His name had recently spread throughout the 7 prefectures. As for Blazing Howl sect, as one of the hosts of the Mystic Jade Mansion's banquet, and the host of the banquet was Elder Lin Donglai, it was impossible for them not to be noticed. However, regardless of whether it was Chunyang School or Blazing Howl sect, they were all young prodigies who had obtained seeded contestants. Their strength was obvious to all, so no one questioned them. On the other hand, the 2 prodigies from the other 2 forces who had mediocre performances before were given the seeded contestants this time. Many people were puzzled by this. 2 disciples from Tianshan Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect had obtained seeded contestants. One of them was a famous prodigy who had shown his strength previously. No one had any objections to him being a seeded contestant. As for the other person, he was not very famous. Furthermore, he did not display any sort of astonishing strength when he fought earlier. Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan had a disciple with a different surname who had obtained a seeded contestant. Like the other person from Tianshan Mansion, this person was not famous and his performance so far was mediocre. Luo Yuan from Tianshan Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect and Tuoba Xiu from Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan. I've never heard of them before. Their performances were also mediocre, so how did they obtain seeded contestants? Many people were puzzled by this. More and more people were discussing this matter. Duan Lingtian was also puzzled when he heard these 2 names. This was because he had never heard of them before. He did not pay much attention to the previous battles. However, when he heard people talking about them, he found out that they were not famous in the past and had not shown much strength before. At the very least, many people were questioning them now. Tianshan Mansion, Netherworld Mansion. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Previously, he had heard from Zhen Pingfan that there would be 2 unknown prodigies from Tianshan Mansion and Netherworld Mansion appearing this time. Moreover, their strength was extraordinary, and they might be aiming for the top 3 spots in the 7 prefectures banquet. These 2 people had one thing in common. That was, they were all nurtured by the strength of the entire prefecture. Once they entered the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, they would be able to obtain 3 slots. At that time, each of the 3 major powers in their prefecture would be able to obtain 1 slot each. According to that Elder Zhen, the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and the Underworld Mansion might have listened to his suggestion from 10,000 years ago. If it's really them, then it's normal. They are fully qualified to be seeded contestants. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, also, if it's really them, Profound Jade Mansion must have already found out who they are. But it doesn't seem wise to recommend Heavenly Star Hall and Underworld Hall before they show their strength, right? If they had already displayed their strength, it wouldn't be wrong to recommend them as seeded candidates. However, if they haven't displayed their strength yet, they'll inevitably become the target of public criticism. This isn't a good thing for them, right? Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed, a bell-like voice suddenly reverberated and clearly entered everyone's ears. Elder Lin, our Autumn Leaf sect didn't recommend Luo Yuan as a seated candidate, right? Luo Yuan isn't one of the 3 people we recommended. The person who spoke was an old man with a curly beard. He had white hair, white eyebrows, and white beard. He stared at Lin Donglai with a gloomy expression as he questioned in a deep voice. Elder Lin, our Yuan clan didn't recommend Tuoba Xiao as well. As soon as the curly-bearded old man from the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect finished speaking, a skinny old man from the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion spoke as well. His tone was also filled with questions. As soon as the words left their mouths, an uproar broke out among the crowd. As it turned out, these 2 prodigies whom no one had heard of before were not recommended by their respective sects. If that was the case, why were they seated candidates? For a time, all eyes were on Lin Donglai, waiting for him to answer the question of the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. They were all curious as to what the Profound Jade Mansion was doing. Why would they let 2 people who were not recommended become seated candidates? If it was only one person, it could be said that the Profound Jade Mansion had made a mistake. However, there were 2 people. Could it be a mistake? Most people felt that it was definitely not a mistake, but at the same time, they were also curious as to why the Profound Jade Mansion would do this. Now, they were all waiting to hear what Lin Donglai had to say, so they didn't recommend them. Duan Lingtian was still puzzled as to why the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan had recommended the 2 prodigies. Now that he heard the words of the 2 sects, it was obvious that they did not recommend them. If that was the case, then these 2 people were the seated candidates that the Profound Jade Mansion had decided on. However, didn't they say that the seated candidates would be selected from the recommendations of the various sects? Wasn't the Profound Jade Mansion contradicting themselves by doing this? At this moment, Lin Donglai did not show any signs of fear in the face of everyone's gazes. He smiled faintly and said, although the 2 prodigies from the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion did not recommend them, the Profound Jade Mansion has heard that their prodigies that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion have nurtured over the past 10,000 years. For this reason, although the Autumn Leaf sect and the Yuan clan did not recommend them, the Profound Jade Mansion has unanimously decided to make an exception and let them become seated candidates based on the principle of respecting prodigies. The reason the 2 elders are questioning them like this is because you're worried that they'll be targeted. I'd like to remind all of you, although these 2 prodigies did not reveal much of their strength is extraordinary. At the very least, all of you should treat them as if they're Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of the Chunyang school. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, he declared that the 2 prodigies from the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion were comparable to Duan Lingtian. Of course, if the 2 of you are challenged later on, please show more of your strength. That way, other people will recognize your strength and won't challenge you too much. You'll have more time to rest and wait for the competition for the top 30, or even the top 10 and top 3. Lin Donglai's final words were, naturally, directed at Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and Tuoba Xiao from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. As soon as Lin Donglai said those words, many people present were shocked. Heavenly Star Mansion and Underworld Mansion actually spent nearly 10,000 years to cultivate one person with the power of their respective mansions? They must be determined to get a spot in the Saint Land Secret Zone. It's hard to imagine how powerful a prodigy nurtured by 3 major sects in a single mansion would be. He must be very powerful. To be able to be nurtured by all 3 of them, he must have been chosen by all 3 of them. Such a prodigy can't be mediocre. Coupled with the nurturing of 3 major sects in a single mansion, he must be extraordinary. Who would have thought that the mediocre Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiao would have such a background? That's right. If Elder Lin Donglai from the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion had such prodigies. The young prodigies present were in an uproar. The higher-ups of the various major sects had long heard about Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiao. Therefore, they were not too surprised. However, they were still somewhat surprised that the Profound Jade Mansion had chosen them. It was obvious that the Profound Jade Mansion had done this on purpose. When they heard Lin Donglai's words, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan's expressions turned ugly. However, they did not say anything. This was because similar situations had occurred in the past 7 mansions banquets. Some of the major sects had thought that they had hidden their trump cards well. However, in the end, they had been made a fool out of. Even the Heavenly Star Hall had made a fool out of the Profound Jade Mansion in the past. This time, the Profound Jade Mansion had most likely done this on purpose. Naturally, the Underworld Mansion had been wronged. Although the Underworld Mansion had done such things in the past as the host of the 7 mansions banquets, they had never targeted the Profound Jade Mansion. All in all, this small disturbance passed just like that. No one pursued the matter, and no one cared. After all, it was pointless to pursue the matter. I really can't tell that the two of them are geniuses nurtured by the efforts of their respective mansions. Elder Lin Donglai compared them to Duan Lingtian. It's clear that he thinks highly of them. I heard from my master that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion are aiming for the top 3 in the 7 mansions banquets this time. Initially, I thought that Duan Lingtian and Ma Qihong would have a high chance of getting into the top 3. However, it seems like that might not be the case anymore. That's right. Nobody expected the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion to make such a move. I also heard that a monster has appeared in the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heavens Equal Sect. He has only appeared recently. The monster from the Heavens Equal Sect, the two of them, Duan Lingtian, Ma Qihong, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl Sect, and Mo Luo Duo from the Flame Howl Sect, and a few other young geniuses who have a high chance of getting into the top 3 as well. Looks like the battle for the top 3 in the 7 mansions banquets will be interesting to watch. This is what makes it interesting. For those young geniuses who had a high chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, the appearance of people like Luo Yuan and Tuo Bashio had put a lot of pressure on them. As such, they were unable to raise their spirits. However, for those who had no chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, they looked like they were here to watch a good show. Now, let's begin the first segment of the ranking battle. While the crowd was still whispering among themselves, Lin Donglai's voice rang out again, drowning out everyone's voices. The 30-seated contestants will accept the challenges of the other 72 contestants. Each of the other 72 contestants will only have 3 challenges. Chapter 40-30. The 30-seated contestants were pushed out in the first round of the ranking battle to accept challenges from the remaining 72 contestants. Under such circumstances, the remaining 72 contestants would naturally challenge those who they were confident of winning. As for those who were strong and knew they were no match for their opponents, it was meaningless to challenge them. Moreover, they might be injured and affect their next challenge. 3 challenges in a row. If you think you can't win, you can admit defeat in advance to preserve your strength. Otherwise, if you insist on fighting at the beginning, you might not be able to defeat your opponents later on because you're injured. As long as you admit defeat, I'll intervene as soon as you finish your sentence so that your opponent won't hurt you. Lin Donglai's voice rang out clearly. Next, the 72 contestants will receive their numbered tokens. Then, you'll enter the arena according to your number. The 30-seated contestants will now take a few steps forward and stand in the void in front of the people from your respective forces so that you can choose your opponents. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the 30-seated contestants, including Duan Lingtian, stepped into the void. On the Chunyang School side, only Duan Lingtian stepped into the void with Yang Qinya. This was because they were the only seated contestants on the Chunyang School side. As for the Machi clan side, there was only one seated contestant, and that was Ma Qihong. At this moment, Ma Qihong stood in the void and looked straight ahead with a cold smile on his face. It was as if he wanted to see who would dare to challenge him. When Duan Lingtian and the other 30 contestants stepped forward, Lin Donglai began to distribute the numbered tokens. Each of the 72 contestants received their own numbered tokens. Now, the prodigy who has received the number 1 token, please enter the arena and choose your opponent. If you win, you can replace your opponent and become a seeded contestant. After becoming a seeded contestant, you'll have to accept 3 challenges to enter the top 30. Of course, as a new seeded contestant, you can choose not to accept any more challenges on the day you become a seeded contestant. Lin Donglai said loudly. In fact, Duan Ling Tian and the others had already heard about the rules from the high-ranking officials of their respective sections. Therefore, they were not surprised at all. Soon, the person who had obtained the number 1 token entered the arena. He was a genius from one of the clans in the Consonance Manor, and his strength was not bad. The last time he fought, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves. He had some reputation in the Consonance Manor. However, in the other manors, because there were even more talented existences, many people had never heard of him. I challenge. In the end, the Sky Pride from the Consonance Mansion chose a seated contestant from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion, and the other party was only famous in the Heavenly Stellar Manor. In the beginning, the two of them were evenly matched, but in the end, it was the Heavenly Stellar Manor's seated contestant who won after 50 moves. Moreover, looking at his calm and collected appearance, it was obvious that he had held back before. This person is quite smart. He could have defeated his opponent in a short period of time, but in order to preserve his strength, he delayed the battle for a while. It seems like he didn't end the battle quickly, but he only consumed a little more divine power. He can recover quickly after consuming a divine pill, and it won't affect him when he's challenged again. Many people saw through Heavenly Stellar Manor's plan. Of course, rather than calling it a plan, it was more accurate to call it experience. The Sky Pride from the Consonance Mansion, who had failed the challenge, did not look too good. At first, he thought that his opponent's strength was on par with his, and he had a high chance of winning. He did not expect that his opponent had hidden his strength. Now, he had lost at least 30 to 40% of his strength. Even if he was not seriously injured, he could not exert his full strength. Choose your opponent in 15 minutes. Lin Donglai glanced at the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride and said. His opponent's expression turned even worse when he heard this. He had been challenged consecutively, but he did not have his peak strength. This was a great disadvantage for him. Elder Lin. Finally, he looked at Lin Donglai and asked, as far as I know, if I give up the second challenge, I will have 15 minutes to recover? Yes. Lin Donglai looked at him deeply. You want to give up the second challenge and use the third challenge after 15 minutes of rest?
Yes.
The Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride nodded. Without waiting for Lin Donglai to speak, he sat cross-legged in the void and consumed a divine pill to recover. Seeing this, Lin Donglai was not in a hurry. He waited quietly. The others also waited with him. This Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride is smart. Many people exclaimed. Now, anyone could see that the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride was far from his peak strength. If he rushed to challenge after 15 minutes, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Once he failed the second challenge, he would not have much strength left. The chances of winning the third challenge would be even slimmer. Under such circumstances, giving up the second challenge and taking the third challenge after 15 minutes to recover was undoubtedly the best choice. Fortunately, I'm not number 1. Now, this Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride has taught us a good lesson. It's better to test the waters for the first challenge. Unless you are confident in winning, it's not worth using your full strength. A Sky Pride from a famous mansion sighed. The person beside him immediately smiled bitterly. That may be so, but who knows if the opponent you challenge is also thinking of conserving his strength. For example, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride's opponent did not use his full strength in the beginning. It felt like they were evenly matched. Perhaps that's why the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride slowly used his full strength. Who would have thought that his opponent would give him a thunderous blow in the end and defeat him directly? It's impossible to guard against it. It all depends on one's eyesight and luck. That's right. Although there are 3 challenges, I think it's better to treat it as one challenge. You must be careful when choosing your opponent. That's right. For example, the person who was challenged just now has basically revealed his strength. If you're confident in defeating him, you can choose to challenge him. If you want to challenge him, you must do it as soon as possible. After all, he only has 2 chances to be challenged now. Can he deliberately find someone to waste his chances of being challenged? That seems to be a loophole, right? It's almost impossible. If someone deliberately wastes his chances of being challenged, once he shows more strength later on, he'll be disqualified from entering the top 100. This has never happened in the history of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Unless that person is willing to give up on being ranked in the top 100. I don't think so as well. Now that he's been challenged by number 1, number 2 to number 10 won't be able to challenge him anymore. Once he's challenged by number 11 to number 20, number 21 to number 30 won't be able to challenge him as well. If you want to help him waste his chances of being challenged, you must be able to match up with the number. Unless you find someone at the last minute, but that's not realistic. Who would be willing to give up one of their chances of being challenged so easily? Moreover, if you give it up and show more strength later on, you'll be in trouble. There are so many intermediate god emperors present. Do you think you can fool them? Although there was a loophole in the rules of the first segment of the ranking battle, everyone knew about it. It was fine to exploit the loophole, but there was a price to pay. Basically, no one was willing to pay such a price. Therefore, in the history of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, such a situation had never happened before. 15 minutes later, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride stood up and fixed his gaze on one person. It was a Sky Pride from the famous mansion. This Sky Pride from the famous mansion had not displayed much strength when he fought earlier. However, he could be considered a celebrity in the famous mansion, and even outside the famous mansion, he had some fame. In the end, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride lost. This Sky Pride from the famous mansion was stronger than the previous opponent of the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride. Not to mention that he had not fully recovered his strength. Even if he was at his peak, he would still lose without a doubt. Therefore, when he left the arena, he was not discouraged at all because he felt that it was only natural for him to lose. I have even less confidence in the remaining 28 people. The 2 people who have the most confidence are stronger than me. It seems that the Profound Jade Mansion didn't randomly select the 30 people they challenged. I'm curious. Will there be anyone who will challenge the 2 Sky Prides from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and Netherworld Mansion? You should know that before they were exposed, I had planned to challenge them. These were the thoughts of the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride. In truth, the others had the same thoughts as well. Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Autumn Leaf School and Tuoba Xiao from the Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan were geniuses that had been nurtured by their respective mansions. However, when they learned about their background, most of them retreated. This was because the host of the Seven Mansions Banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, had compared them to the Sky Pride of the Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. They knew that they were far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. Next, it was number 2's turn to challenge Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiao. However, number 2's challenge still ended in failure. Similar to number 1, he gave up on his second challenge. On his third challenge, he had regained his peak strength. However, he was still defeated. After number 2 was done, it was number 3's turn. Number 3's challenge was still unsuccessful. Before number 7, no one had succeeded. When it was number 7's turn, he surprisingly chose Tuoba Xiao from the Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan. He was also the prodigy whom Lin Donglai had said was on par with Duan Lingtian, and whom the earthly underworld mansion had devoted all its resources to nurture. Tuoba Xiao, although Elder Lin thinks highly of your strength, I still want to see your strength. Number 7 was a Sky Pride from the Great Mansion. His eyes were filled with eagerness as he looked at Tuoba Xiao, who had just entered the arena. Chapter 4031. Tuoba Xiao's name did not sound like a man. At this moment, Tuoba Xiao was indeed not a man. She was a young lady dressed in a loose black robe. Her face was beautiful and cold, and her hair was tied up behind her back. She was dressed like a man, but even so, the current her could still be called a beauty. If she were to change into a woman's outfit, she would definitely be stunning. Make your move. Tuoba Xiao's beautiful face was cold. Facing number 7, who had challenged her, her gentle voice sounded indifferent. It gave off a feeling that she was unapproachable. All right. Number 7 was the prodigy from the famous mansion who had challenged Tuoba Xiao. After responding, he charged out with a high-grade divine artifact in his hand. He circulated the divine energy in his body and charged at Tuoba Xiao with all his might. Tuoba Xiao was compared to Duan Lingtian by Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was hosting the Seven Mansion Banquet this time. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tuoba Shio did not make any moves in the face of the sky pride from the famous mansion. However, her black robe fluttered slightly. In the next instant, whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time when the sky pride from the famous mansion approached, Tuoba Shio's surroundings had turned into a world of ice and snow. Even the air around her had turned into ice and was rapidly spreading in all directions. 1,000 miles ice seal. In the blink of an eye, the famous mansion's genius was sealed in ice by a glacier that appeared out of thin air. He could be seen charging forward with all his might. However, he was only able to cross a short distance before he was completely stopped. Not only that, but his body was also frozen at this moment. The spectators could see the eyes of the sky pride from the famous mansion who was frozen in ice. At the same time, they could see the fear in the depths of his eyes through her gaze. He sent me a voice transmission saying that he's admitted defeat. Just when everyone was shocked by Tuoba Shio's technique, Lin Donglai's voice rang out. Then, he waved his hand, and the world of ice and snow in the void dissipated, returning it to its original state. As for Tuoba Shio, she also took the opportunity to withdraw her divine power. Then, without saying anything, she turned around and left. As for the famous prefecture's prodigy, after he was rescued, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper and his body was trembling. Do you want to continue? Lin Donglai looked at the famous manor's sky pride and asked. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, however, I can see that your injuries are not light. I advise you not to continue with the challenge, lest it affects the ranking battles later. I give up. Thank you for saving my life, Elder Lin. The famous mansion's sky prides took a deep breath and thanked Lin Donglai. Even now, he still had some lingering fear when he thought of the scene just now. If Tuoba Shio hadn't held back, he might have died the moment he was sealed in ice. The embryonic form of the Tao of Control? Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked at the figure in the distance. His eyes flashed. Perhaps the others present did not have any special feelings towards the embryonic form of the Way of Control. After all, the Way of Control and the Way of Weapons were very different. Once the Way of Control merged with the profundities of the laws, it could even become invisible. On the other hand, the Way of Weapons could not be concealed, not even in its embryonic form. That was right. Duan Lingtian could see it. Tuoba Shio, a disciple of the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion, had comprehended the embryonic form of the Way of Control. Unless one had come into contact with the Way of Control or studied it, even a God Emperor might not be able to see through the clues just now. However, as someone who had comprehended the Way of Control, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with it. This is the sky pride that the Underworld Mansion has nurtured with all its resources. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn at this moment. Although Tuoba Shio did not use her divine weapon earlier, when she activated the embryonic form of the Way of Control, she also displayed her attainments in the Law of Ice. At the very least, Duan Lingtian felt that Tuoba Shio was definitely not weaker than Ma Qihong, whom he had defeated in the Seven Kills Valley back then. In fact, Ma Qihong might even be slightly weaker than her back then. While Duan Lingtian was feeling emotional, the people from the Chunyang school and the various mansions around him were also discussing Tuoba Shio. Tuoba Shio is too terrifying. The law of ice that she has comprehended has obviously reached an extremely powerful level. That sky pride from the famous mansions did not even have a chance to get close to her before he was blocked by her ice. As expected of the prodigy that the Underworld Mansion has nurtured with all its resources, although the Underworld Mansion has contributed greatly to her success today, her innate talent and comprehension ability are more important. If it were us, even with the Underworld Mansion's unreserved help, we would not be able to compare to her. That's true. Although everyone knew that Tuoba Shio was a prodigy that the Underworld Mansion had nurtured with all its resources and that she was treated with envy, no one could deny her innate talent and comprehension ability. If she was mediocre, the Underworld Mansion would not have been able to nurture her. After all, mud would not be able to support a wall. If Tuoba Shio is like this, Luo Yuan from the Tianqin Mansion and the Autumn Leaf School should be similar as well. No wonder Elder Lin compared them to Duan Lingtian. That sky pride from the famous mansions probably did not even dream that Tuoba Shio would be so powerful. Indeed, Curiosity killed the cat. That's right. Obviously, he challenged Tuoba Shio out of curiosity. By doing so, he has forfeited 3 chances to challenge Tuoba Shio. I'm afraid no one will challenge Tuoba Shio or Luo Yuan after this. I'm sure no one will challenge Tuoba Shio anymore. As for Luo Yuan, with that sky pride from the famous mansions as an example, no one will challenge him as well. In the arena, the young prodigy who had obtained the number 8 token entered the arena. This time, the person who entered the arena was a disciple of the Chunyang school. He was none other than Lan Shilin, the great-grandson of Lan Zhengming, the patriarch of the righteous mansions. Lan Shilin was one of the more outstanding ones among the younger generation of the Chunyang school. Of course, compared to the likes of Yi Yingkai and Yuan Yewei, he was still slightly inferior. He was second only to Yi Yingkai and the others. I challenge! Lan Shilin scanned the surroundings and finally locked his gaze on one person. It was a sky pride from the Consonance Mansion. Before this, his gaze had swept past the seated contestant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. He had paused for a moment. However, in the end, he had given up on challenging that person. He was not a match for that person. Although he wanted to show off in front of his fellow disciples and gain some face for himself, the rationality that came from knowing his own limits still prevailed over his impulsiveness. However, even though Lan Shilin had chosen the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride, he was still defeated. In less than 30 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. How powerful! After his defeat, Lan Shilin was not discouraged. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the top 30. Now that he had entered the arena, it was just a formality. After all, even within the Chunyang school, there were several people who were stronger than him but did not become seeded contestants, not to mention other forces. It was all luck that I was able to enter the aspirations group. I just hope that I won't be at the bottom this time and get kicked out of the top 100. The members of the aspirations group entered the ranking battle. There were a total of 102 people in the aspirations group. It was destined that 2 people would be excluded from the top 100 and would not be able to receive any rewards from the 7 prefectures feast. Of course, many people would not be interested in the rewards for the 100th place. However, that was not only a matter of rewards, but also a matter of face. If you entered the top 100, you could generously tell others in the future that you participated in the 7 prefectures feast and entered the top 100. The challenges continued. However, even when it was the 30th place's turn, no one had succeeded in their challenge. The 30 seeded contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains that made people flinch. Now, the person who has obtained the number 31 token entered the arena. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, Duan Lingtian saw Yi Yingkai, who was not far from him, move. As soon as he moved, he rode the wind and entered the arena in the blink of an eye. It's Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai was the prodigy of the Chunyang school's younger generation. He was famous and many people recognized him. In fact, before Duan Lingtian entered Chunyang school, Yi Yingkai and Yuan Yewei were the top prodigies of the Chunyang school's younger generation. When people talked about the prodigies of the Chunyang school's younger generation, they would be the first to come to mind. Unlike now, when people talked about them, they would only think of Duan Lingtian. This was because compared to Duan Lingtian, their achievements paled in comparison. Is he going to challenge the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Yingkai's eyes were fixed on one person after he entered the arena. It was none other than the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness who had been selected as a seeded player. This time, only one person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness had been selected as a seeded player. A moment later, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. I challenge Hu Tsai of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. When Lin Donglai asked Yi Yingkai who he was going to challenge, Yi Yingkai's gaze remained unchanged and he spoke calmly. He directly challenged the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Hu Tsai. Hu Tsai was a young man wearing a loose blue robe. He was tall and burly, almost 2 meters tall. His burly figure stepped into the air like a small moving tower. His appearance was average, but he left a deep impression on others. His face was chiseled, and his features were chiseled. Yi Yingkai, you almost killed my junior brother from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness earlier. Hutsai glanced at Yi Inkai indifferently after he entered the arena. I was wondering if you would challenge me earlier. I didn't expect you to actually challenge me. You've given me a chance to avenge my junior brother from the same sect. Earlier, Yi Inkai had almost killed that disciple from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although that person was not close to Hutsai, they were from the same faction in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Usually, that person would be very respectful when he saw Lin Donglai. Moreover, he had done many things for Lin Donglai. Many people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew about this. Therefore, Lin Donglai did not deny his relationship with that person. Instead, he declared that he would avenge that person. Chapter 4032. Hutsai was one of the seeded contestants of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Naturally, he had his own strengths to be a seeded contestant. At the very least, there were a few outstanding young people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. However, compared to Hutsai, they were slightly weaker. As for how strong Hutsai was, not many people in the East Mountain Prefecture knew about it. Even in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, no one had ever seen Hutsai fight with his full strength. Even when he defeated the other outstanding young prodigies of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Hutsai still managed to end the battle with ease. From the beginning to the end, he was not stained by dust at all. This Yi Inkai dares to challenge Brother Hu? He's digging his own grave. Others might not know Hutsai's strength, but the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew very well. They trusted Hutsai's strength from the bottom of their hearts. Hutsai was the strongest person in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness under the age of 10,000. He was not like the Chunyang school where several people were tied for first place. Of course, that was before the appearance of Duan Lingtian. After the appearance of Duan Lingtian, the strongest person in the Chunyang school was Duan Lingtian. Because of this, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness usually compared Hutsai to Duan Lingtian. As for Yi Inkai, they instinctively thought that he was not worthy of being compared to Hutsai. Earlier, Yi Inkai was the one who attacked first and severely injured the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. After that, we started the conflict with the Chunyang school. A person like this deserves to die. That's right. I hope Brother Hu can kill him directly. Even if he can't kill him, it's not bad to cripple him. I think he's the grand disciple of Yi Chunfeng, the ancestor of the Hidden Sword faction in Chunyang school. With Yi Chunfeng around, even if Elder Lin of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect does not do anything, Brother Hu will have a hard time killing him. This guy is really lucky to have such a grandmaster. Under the mocking gazes of the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Yi Inkai finally made his move. After a while, he and Hutsai of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness began fighting. Within 10 moves, they were evenly matched. However, after 10 moves, Hutsai gained the upper hand. Then, he attacked like the wind and thunder. Vast and mighty power swept out and suppressed Yi Inkai. Within 20 moves, Yi Inkai was severely injured. However, even if he was seriously injured, Yi Inkai still gritted his teeth and wanted to fight again. I admit defeat. At this time, Hutsai, who thought that he could attack Yi Inkai again, heard an indifferent voice. It came from the Chunyang school. When Hutsai heard the voice, he glanced at the person who spoke. When he met the other party's sharp gaze, he felt a sense of absent-mindedness. In the next instant, he turned his head with a grave expression, not daring to look at the other party again. Was this the strength of Tunglong Province's #1 expert? Just one look was enough to make him feel as if 10,000 arrows had pierced through his heart. At that moment, he felt as if he was about to suffocate. Most importantly, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness did not seem to notice it at all. The other party seemed to be a middle god emperor as well, right? They were both middle god emperors, but the difference was so big. No matter what, since Yi Chunfeng had admitted defeat on behalf of Yi Inkai, Hutsai could not continue attacking. Even if there was no rule in the 7 Prefectures banquet that stated that elders could admit defeat on behalf of juniors, he really could not afford to offend Yi Chunfeng. Right now, he could only suppress the urge to continue attacking. Grandmaster, Yi Inkai's expression was bitter. At the same time, his mind was in turmoil. The blood that was stuck in his throat suddenly spurted out. His face was incomparably pale. Do you still want to continue? Lin Donglai looked at Yi Yingkai and asked. Yes. Just as Yi Yingkai was about to say continue, Yi Qinfeng's voice sounded again. Give up the second challenge. The third challenge will begin in 15 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, a pill bottle flew through the air and landed in Yi Yingkai's hand. It was Yi Chunfeng who had thrown it to him. At this moment, Yi Yingkai looked at Yi Chunfeng's calm gaze and felt a sense of guilt. He felt like crying. Too impulsive. Right now, it was not only the others who thought this way. Even Duan Lingtian thought the same. He felt that Yi Chunfeng was too impulsive. At first, I thought that Chunyang School was counting on me to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast because they thought that no one in the sect could enter the top 10. Now, it seems that these people from Chunyang School, with the exception of Yang Qinya, may not be able to enter the top 30 of the 7 prefectures feast. Now, Duan Lingtian also realized that it was already very good for Jinping Fan and Yi Chunfeng to enter the top 30 of the 7 prefectures feast 10,000 years ago. At least, they were not weaker than Yi Chunfeng and Yun Yue back then. Elder Yi, thank you for letting me win. The leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ren Tiechio, sent a voice transmission to Jinping Fan. Ren Tiechio's voice was filled with pride. It was obvious that he did not want to let go of this opportunity to ridicule Yi Chunfeng. After the 7 prefectures feast, shall we spar? Faced with Ren Tiechio's smug tone, Yi Chunfeng only replied indifferently. This sentence was like a trump card. As soon as it reached Ren Tiechio's ears, Ren Tiechio no longer continued to communicate with Yi Chunfeng through voice transmission. And at this moment, Yi Chunfeng's ears were also completely quiet. At the same time, the people from the various major forces who were watching from the sidelines thought of Yi Chunfeng's earlier attack and vaguely understood what was going on. Why does it feel like Yi Yingkai is targeting the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? Does he have a grudge against the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? I'm not sure about that. However, they're both from Tunglung Province. Maybe they've had a conflict before. Yi Yingkai is too impulsive. The fact that this person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was selected as a seated contestant is enough to show that he's not ordinary. If he recklessly challenges him, he's destined to be at a disadvantage. While the crowd was discussing and whispering, a quarter of an hour quickly passed. Yi Yingkai gave up on his second chance to challenge. However, he did not give up on his third chance to challenge. In just 15 minutes, Yi Yingkai, who was originally severely injured in the eyes of the crowd, seemed to have been reborn. At the very least, he did not seem to be injured at all. The divine pill that Elder Yi from Chunyang School gave him earlier is most likely not an ordinary divine pill. Otherwise, how could it have such a good effect? This scene caused many people's imaginations to run wild. It's obviously not an ordinary divine pill. I wonder what kind of healing divine pill it is. Even a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill doesn't have such an effect. Could it be an Imperial-grade divine pill? It's possible. Moreover, it shouldn't be an ordinary healing Imperial-grade divine pill. As far as I know, there are a few types of Imperial-grade divine pills that have such an effect. A Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill? What are you thinking about? I've never heard of anyone being able to refine a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill. Perhaps there are people in a more distant and vast world who can refine it, but the news hasn't reached here yet. I've actually seen records in some ancient books that someone had once refined a peak emperor-level divine pellet. However, this kind of person, even in his era, in the entire profound Handle land, was in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Yi Yingkai's quick recovery made people think of the divine pill that Yi Chunfeng had specially given him earlier. Even Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. It's at least an Imperial-grade divine pill. There's no Emperor-grade divine pill that can help him recover so quickly. Even a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill won't work. Although Duan Lingtian could also refine Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills now, he was still unable to refine Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills that were more difficult to refine. As for Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills, until now, he had not been able to refine one. He had tried a few times, but without exception, he had failed and wasted a lot of precious materials. The materials needed to refine a supreme emperor-grade divine pill were extremely precious. Even a supplementary ingredient might be the main ingredient of a supreme emperor-grade divine pill. I challenge. Soon, Yi Yingkai chose another opponent. It was a prodigy from the famous prefecture. This prodigy of the famous prefecture was the prodigy of the Cold Mountain Residence, one of the 4 major powers of the famous prefecture. He was the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of the Cold Mountain Residence, and was also the only one selected as a seated participant. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain Residence had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His face was full of stubble, and his clothes were shabby. He looked a little sloppy and unkempt. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand at all times. Even after entering the arena, he still drank a few mouthfuls of wine. This person, Duan Lingtian, looked at this middle-aged man again. Although it was his first time seeing him, his intuition told him that this kind of strange person was either mediocre or powerful. And this person did not look mediocre at all. Mediocre people would not be chosen as a seated contestant. Let's begin. Yi Yingkai could not help but frown when he saw that the other party was still drinking. You go first. The middle-aged man put down the wine gourd in his hand and wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with his other hand. He grinned and said, "Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." When the middle-aged man said this, not only did Yi Yingkai's face fall, but the others also burst into an uproar. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain Residence is really arrogant. His previous performance was just SOSO, right? The strength he displayed is not even comparable to Yi Yingkai's. Just as the crowd was discussing, Yi Yingkai, who had an ugly expression, finally made his move. Moreover, as soon as he made his move, his originally ugly expression turned serious. A high-grade divine sword appeared in his hand as he unreservedly circulated the divine energy in his body and sensed the surrounding law energy. This was because the moment he made his move, his Grandmaster Yi Chunfeng's voice rang in his ears. Don't underestimate him. His strength is not inferior to Hu Chai's. This sentence completely woke Yi Yingkai up. Duan Lingtian also noticed the sudden change in Yi Yingkai's attitude. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Yi Chunfeng, who was on a small floating island not far away. Yi Yingkai's change in attitude was most likely related to Yi Chunfeng. Chapter 4033. All of a sudden, Yi Yingkai turned serious. His casual attitude from before made the onlookers feel the tension in the air. At the same time, they could sense a strong smell of gunpowder spreading out. In the next instant, they saw Yi Yingkai charging toward the prodigy from the Cold Mountain Residence with his sword in hand. I don't think I've heard of this prodigy from the Cold Mountain Residence before. The fact that he's chosen as a seated participant shows his strength. Previously, I thought it was strange that some unknown prodigies were chosen as seated participants. However, it seems like the profound Jade Mansion has some information we don't know about. First, the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and the Netherworld Mansion each sent a hidden prodigy. Now, the prodigy from the Cold Mountain Residence isn't one of the prodigies we're familiar with. Now that you mention it, I realize none of the famous prodigies from the Cold Mountain Residence were chosen as seated participants. Only this person was chosen as a seated participant. If I remember correctly, this person is called Wang Xiong. While the onlookers were discussing among themselves, Yi Yingkai had already approached Wang Xiong. He cast his profundities from the law of profundities and merged them with the divine sword in his hand before they turned into dazzling sword rays that shot out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword rays shot out like a net, completely sealing off the prodigy from the Cold Mountain Residence, Wang Xiong. However, while many people were breaking out in cold sweat for Wang Xiong's expression did not change. However, the originally lazy expression in his eyes became somewhat sharp at this moment. Then, Wang Xiong slapped the wine gourd in his hand. The wine gourd expanded in the wind and turned into a gigantic gourd that shrouded him. Around the gourd's gourd, rolling gray energy transformed into a yellowish light that intertwined with each other to form an impenetrable wall. At the same time, the sword rays descended. Clang, 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 clang. When the sword rays landed on the gourd's gourd, it was as though they had hit a steel plate. However, there was no sign of the gourd's gourd breaking. Humph! Seeing this, Yi Inkai continued to exert his full strength. However, his expression soon changed because he realized that even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't break the other party's tortoise shell. At this moment, the solid gourd shadow paused on the spot and then whistled out. Moreover, its speed was not slow at all, and in the blink of an eye, it swept away the sword rays that filled the sky. Then, he rushed towards Yi Inkai. Seeing this, Yi Inkai attacked while retreating. However, his attacks were simply unable to breach his opponent's defense. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to breach his opponent's defense. Fortunately, although his opponent's speed was not slow, at least among those who were skilled in the law of earth, he was still slightly slower than him. The change in the field happened in just a moment. Just a moment ago, everyone was still watching Yi Inkai charge at Wang Xiong, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Chenfeng could only run. Moreover, Yi Chenfeng's attacks could not do anything to Wang Xiong at all. This Wang Xiong, what a terrifying defense. He's an expert in the laws of earth. Moreover, from the looks of it, he's an expert in the laws of earth that specializes in defense. This is too terrifying. Yi Chenfeng uses the sword, and in terms of offense, he can be considered strong, but he can't break through his defense. Right now, Wang Xiong only has a slight disadvantage in terms of speed. Otherwise, Yi Chenfeng would be defeated right now. The spectators were in an uproar at this moment. Clearly, the scene before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. The defense displayed by Wang Xiong not only shocked the group of young heaven prides present, but even the upper echelons of the various major powers present had solemn expressions at this moment. Elder Qi. There was even a power near the famous mansion's Cold Mountain residence. Looking at the leader of the people who came from the Cold Mountain residence this time, he sighed and said, I really didn't expect that your Cold Mountain residence was hiding such a character. This shouldn't be the external aid that you found, right? As this person opened his mouth to ask this question, numerous gazes swept towards the Cold Mountain residence. On the other hand, the leader of the people from the Cold Mountain residence was an old man in a light green robe. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. When faced with the question from the people around him, he smiled faintly and said, Wang Xiong grew up in the Cold Mountain residence since he was young. However, he rarely appears in public and has always been training outside. He recently returned from the Seven Mansions banquet. Speaking of which, all of you should have an impression of his father. His father is called Wang Anqiong. Wang Anqiong. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Cold Mountain residence, someone exclaimed in surprise, Elder Qi, is this Wang Anqiong the person who made it to the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago? During the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago, there was a person named Wang Anqiong who made it to the top 10 in the Cold Mountain residence of the famous mansion. Yes, it's him. The old man nodded. For a time, the people from the various mansions and major powers discussed animatedly. He's Wang Anqiong's son? At this moment, on the side of the Chunyang school, Jin Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Naturally, they knew who Wang Anqiong was. In fact, they had even been defeated by Wang Anqiong 10,000 years ago. The most important thing was, Wang Anqiong had a very good temper. Although it was the first time they met back then, they could chat because they liked each other. He could be considered their friend. However, what was unexpected was that not long after the Seven Mansions banquet ended, Wang Anqiong died outside the famous mansion due to an accident. At that time, because of Wang Anqiong's death, Jin Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng had gathered together and lamented. As the saying went, heaven is jealous of geniuses. I didn't expect this. Hearing Zhan Pingfan's words, Yi Chenfeng could not help but sigh. His father defeated both Elder Yi and Elder Jin 10,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not help but be a little surprised when he learned from Jin Pingfan that the sloppy middle-aged man's father had defeated him and Yi Chenfeng 10,000 years ago. Moreover, he was one of the prodigies who made it to the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago. However, he died prematurely. This Wang Xiong is going to win. In the field, although Yi Inkai had the advantage in speed, Duan Lingtian knew that Wang Xiong was going to win when he saw his current movements. Wang Xiong seemed to be unleashing his endless power to launch attacks, but Duan Lingtian could tell that Wang Xiong was not launching attacks mindlessly. Otherwise, why would he launch attacks repeatedly when Yi Yingkai could easily dodge them? Amazing! Yi Chunfeng's exclamation sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the others saw that Wang Xiong's attack had not been launched. Not only did Wang Xiong's attack, which had missed, not disperse, it instead turned into solid yellow pillars that gathered together as it whistled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge cage and kept shrinking. Most importantly, Yi Yingkai was still inside. He has been preparing for this moment all along. At this moment, Yi Yingkai finally realized that something was wrong. He wanted to escape from the cage immediately, but he realized that unless he broke the cage, he could not escape. Wang Xiong had been planning this for a long time. Now that he had retracted the net, it was obvious that he had the confidence to trap him. Since I can't escape, I will attack my way out. Yi Yingkai made up his mind and started attacking the cage. Although the cage was sturdy, under his attacks, it showed signs of cracking. Seeing that the cage was cracking, Yi Yingkai was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, his expression changed completely. This was because he realized that while he was attacking the cage, Wang Xiong had already caught up with him. He had no choice but to escape again and could not attack the place he had attacked previously. Yi Yingkai continued to escape and Wang Xiong continued to chase. However, under the gazes of Duan Lingtian and the others, the enormous cage continued to shrink, and the space that Yi Yingkai could escape to was becoming narrower and smaller. In the end, Yi Yingkai could not escape and could only face Wang Xiong head-on. However, he could not break through Wang Xiong's defense. Wang Xiong only casually attacked him and injured him, crippling his strength by more than half. I admit defeat. At this moment, the powerless Yi Yingkai could only admit defeat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Although he felt aggrieved, he knew that he could not continue. Otherwise, his injuries would only worsen and it would affect his ranking later. Although there was no hope for the top 30. However, if he could get into the top 50, or even top 40, it would not be a disgrace to Chunyang School. Thank you for letting me win. Wang Xiong grinned and looked at Yi Yingkai. Your strength is stronger than I thought. I didn't expect that you still held back and did not show your full speed. Hearing Wang Xiong's words, Yi Yingkai smiled bitterly. In the last round, he faced Hu Tsai from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Because Hu Tsai's speed was not slower than his, he did not think of pulling away or even dodging. He had been fighting Hu Tsai head-on. Because of this, he did not show his true speed. Perhaps, when Wang Xiong said that if he did not make the first move, he would not have the chance to attack, he thought that his speed was only that. If he only had that kind of speed, once Wang Xiong made the first move, he might not have the chance to attack. You're very strong. I'm convinced. Yi Yingkai said seriously. Yi Yingkai lost and did not have the chance to get into the top 30 of the 7 prefectures feast. However, when he left the stage, he was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes were shining as if his heart was rejuvenated. It was obvious that he had figured out something. Seeing this, Yi Chunfeng smiled. After Yi Yingkai returned, he looked at him and said, You're still young. There are countless possibilities in the future. In today's 7 prefectures feast, there were many people stronger than you. However, 10,000 years later, they might not be as strong as you. When Yi Chunfeng said this, Yi Yingkai's eyes shone brighter. He knew that his grandmaster participated in the 7 prefectures feast 10,000 years ago and did not even enter the top 20. But now, in terms of strength, none of the people who entered the top 20 back then could compare to his grandmaster. Chapter 4034. The challenges were still ongoing. Following that, until the end of the day, many people discovered that of the 30 seeded contestants, regardless of whether they had displayed great strength or not, none of them had been defeated. On the contrary, all the challengers had been defeated without exception. On the Chunyang School side, although Yi Qicai was the only strong contestant, Yun Yue and a few others who were as famous as Yi Qicai had solemn expressions on their faces. At this moment, They all felt that there was a reason why they had not been selected as seeded contestants. None of the seeded contestants selected by the mysterious Jade Mansion were weak. After the day ended, everyone returned to rest. They waited for the next day to arrive. After Duan Lingtian returned, he cultivated quietly as usual. He would go over the next day and see if anyone wanted to challenge him. If no one wanted to challenge him, he would continue to watch the show. If someone wanted to challenge him, he would make a move. As for the pressure, not for the time being. The mysterious Jade Mansion has done a good job in gathering information. Not only were the famous young geniuses selected as seeded contestants in the past, but they also found out about those who had hidden themselves and only appeared before the 7 Prefectures banquet. Tuoba Xiu, the young genius of the Yuan clan from the Netherworld Mansion, and Wang Xiong from the Hans Han Mansion from the Daming Mansion, were the hidden geniuses of the 2 major powers. In the past, no one had heard of them. They had only appeared before the 7 Prefectures banquet. Moreover, they had made a name for themselves in today's 7 Prefectures banquet. I wonder if anyone will succeed in their challenge tomorrow. If not, the first round of the 7 Prefectures banquet ranking battle is obviously just a warm-up for the seeded contestants. Moreover, I reckon many of the seeded contestants won't even get a chance to warm up. The next day, Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang School's team to the 7 Prefectures banquet once again. The first round of the ranking battle continued. The young genius who had obtained a serial number token and was ranked behind the last contestant from yesterday went up to challenge the others. As for this person, after entering the arena, unexpectedly, he looked at the autumn leaves gate of Tianshan Manor and locked onto one of them. With a clear voice, he said, "Brother Luo Yuan, let's fight. Although I know that I am not your opponent, I still want to see your strength." This young Heaven's Pride who issued the challenge was from the same faction as Wang Xiong, who had defeated Genius Yi yesterday. He was also one of the few well-known Heaven's Prides from the Cold Mountain residents. He is actually challenging Luo Yuan? Although Luo Yuan has yet to display his strength, since Tuoba Xiu, who is as famous as him, is already so strong, Luo Yuan should not be weak. I originally thought that no one would challenge Luo Yuan. Unexpectedly, on the very next day, someone actually did. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian was surprised. Was the genius of the Hans Han residents really doing this just to test Luo Yuan's strength? Or was it to scout for Wang Xiong? Although Wang Xiong took a long time to defeat Yi Inkai yesterday and his performance was not amazing enough, his defense was enough to put him in an invincible position. He might even be able to put up a fight against Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan. Duan Lingtian followed the gazes of the crowd and looked toward the autumn leaf gate of the Tianshan residence. On the other side, a young man that wore a dark green robe, had a cold expression, and was obviously reserved in speech and manner, and stepped into the sky with a cold expression and stood in confrontation with the young man. "If there are no problems, let's begin." Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the 7 residences banquet, spoke up. The instant Lin Donglai finished speaking, the genius of the Hans Han residence made his move. The moment he made his move, he activated the high-grade divine saber in his hand and unleashed a thunderous attack. As for Luo Yuan, in the face of the thunderous attack, he casually took out a 2-meter-long hammer. This was especially true for the hammerhead, which was the size of a small mountain. It did not match Luo Yuan's skinny body at all. However, before the crowd could even take a look at the divine weapon in Luo Yuan's hand, Luo Yuan had already waved the hammer in his hand. Condensed divine power and the power of laws roared on the hammer. Luo Yuan did not specialize in any of the 4 supreme laws, nor did he specialize in the 5 elemental laws. Similar to Tuoba Xiu, who specialized in the 5 elemental laws, Luo Yuan also specialized in the 5 elemental laws. However, he did not specialize in the law of ice, but in the law of lightning. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Yuan made his move and clashed head-on with the genius of the Hans Han residents who had made the first move. A deafening explosion resounded as a terrifying shockwave spread out. However, before the shockwave could reach the crowd, Lin Donglai raised his hand and extinguished it. As an Emperor God expert, it was easy for Lin Donglai to deal with such a situation. However, at this moment, Lin Donglai's gaze was fixed on Luo Yuan. His eyes were filled with shock, as he had not expected Luo Yuan to be so strong. In the next instant, the crowd saw that Luo Yuan's body did not move at all. In the end, he was as still as a mountain. On the other hand, the genius of the Han residence was sent flying. Not only was his attack destroyed, but his divine saber was also knocked out of his hand. Both his arms were broken, and he coughed up blood. His aura weakened. This was all thanks to Lin Donglai's timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot with that strike just now. I didn't disappoint you, did I? Luo Yuan calmly asked as he glanced at the heavens prides of the cold mountain residents, who had barely managed to stop themselves in the distance and were on the verge of collapsing. When the genius of the Han residents heard this, a bitter expression appeared on his pale face. I was too arrogant. I am sincerely convinced of Brother Luo's strength, worthy of being a genius aiming for the top 3 of the 7 residences banquet. The genius of the Han residents coughed up another mouthful of blood before retreating dejectedly. Elder Lin, thank you for saving my life. I will give up on the remaining 2 challenges. He had no choice but to give up. His injuries were too severe. If he did not return to recuperate, continuing to fight would only worsen his injuries. At that time, he might even be kicked out of the top 100. So strong. Too scary. This Luo Yuan seems to be even stronger than Tuoba Xiu. As Luo Yuan turned around and left, an uproar broke out. This was especially true for the young geniuses, who were all astonished. After seeing Tuoba Xiu make her move, they knew that Luo Yuan was not weak. After all, just like how Tuoba Xiu had been nurtured by the Netherworld residents, Luo Yuan had also been nurtured by the Heavenly Star residents. However, although they had guessed that Luo Yuan would not be weak, his earlier attack had still shocked them. Luo Yuan's attack was different from Tuoba Xiu's. Tuoba Xiu had frozen her opponent. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, had crushed his opponent in a head-on clash. This was even more shocking. As such, some people were now saying that Luo Yuan was stronger than Tuoba Xiu. Of course, this was only the opinion of some people. However, the majority of the young geniuses felt that even if Tuoba Xiu's earlier attack had not been strong enough, it could not be said that she was weaker than Luo Yuan. This was unless the 2 of them fought and a victor was decided. Otherwise, they would not dare to say that Tuoba Xiu was definitely weaker than Luo Yuan. I am truly curious which of the 2 of them is stronger. Duan Lingtian's expression turned somewhat solemn. The strength Luo Yuan had just displayed was also stronger than Ma Qihong, who had been defeated by him back in the 7 Kills Valley. When he thought of Ma Qihong, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at the Machi clan. He saw that Ma Qihong had a solemn expression on his face. Evidently, he was feeling quite pressured as well. Luo Yuan is very strong. Beside Yi Chunfeng and Jin Pingfan, Lu Fenggu sighed. It seems like the Heavenly Star residence has put in a lot of effort for this 7 mansions banquet. The Netherworld residence is not bad either. Jin Pingfan smiled. At the same time, he glanced at the people from the other prefectures. In this 7 prefectures banquet, if one of them really makes it into the top 3, then perhaps, in the next 7 prefectures banquet, it won't be just one of them who has poured all their resources into cultivating one person. Are you saying that the other mansions will follow suit? Lu Fenggu asked. Yes. Zhang Pingfan nodded. Although the other mansions have no less than 4 powers, if they put in all their effort to nurture 2 such geniuses, even if they don't aim to enter the top 3, they should still be able to enter the top 10, right? 1 top 10, 2 spots. 2 top 10, that's 4 spots. That's 1 more spot than 1 top 3. In the 7 mansions banquet, apart from the first place winner, who would be able to obtain 4 spots to enter the sacred grounds, the second and third place winners would each be able to obtain 3 spots to enter the sacred grounds. The top 3 would be able to obtain at least 3 spots. I don't think so. Lu Fenggu shook his head and said, this method involves too many things. Moreover, some powers will definitely be confident in their disciples and will not participate. 1 less power won't be a big deal. Zhen Pingfan smiled faintly. Take our Tunglong province, for example. If someone suggests this and our Chunyang school is unwilling to participate, why can't the other powers work together to fulfill this suggestion? Jin Pingfan and Lu Fenggu's conversation was not through telepathy. Therefore, even Duan Lingtian and the others could hear it clearly. Many people's expressions turned solemn. It would be fine if Chunyang School did not agree to this. However, if they did, it would implicate their interests. After all, there were only so many resources in the sect. In particular, top-tier resources were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Now, they still had a chance to compete. However, if Chunyang School were to participate and use all its power to nurture one or two geniuses, they would not even have a chance to compete for those top-tier resources. This was not a good thing for them. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. After all, this did not affect him much. He did not know how long he would stay in Chunyang School after the Seven Mansions banquet. Perhaps it would not be long before he left. On this day and the following days, none of the 72 prodigies who went on stage succeeded. The 30 seated contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains, making people shrink back at the sight of them. Chapter 40-35. The final stage of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet was the ranking battle. The first stage of the ranking battle was to challenge the seeded contestants. The 30 seeded contestants would be challenged by other contestants. In the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet this time, the mysterious Jade Mansion had a vicious eye. None of the 30 seeded contestants were defeated and replaced. At this point, the first stage of the ranking battle was over. During this process, Duan Lingtian, Ma Qihong, and the other young prodigies who were famous in the other prefectures were not challenged by other contestants. This was because not only were they very famous, but they had also displayed amazing strength. We're about to enter the second stage of the ranking battle. In the second stage of the ranking battle, the remaining 72 contestants will be ranked from the 30th to the 100th place. The two weakest contestants will be kicked out of the top 100. On the day of the end of the first stage, Duan Lingtian heard many people's voices as he was leaving. The second stage had nothing to do with him, Ma Qihong, Yang Qinya, and the other seeded contestants. They only needed to prove themselves in the third stage, which was the last stage. Yang Qinya. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Qinya a few more times as he was leaving with the rest of the Chunyang School. He had to admit that Yang Qinya's performance was beyond his expectations, as expected of someone who had entered the strongest divine abode. Although Yang Qinya had been challenged by two contestants in the past 2 days, he had defeated his opponents. It took him some time to defeat his first opponent. However, in his second opponent, he once again displayed even greater strength. He directly defeated his opponent within 3 moves, allowing everyone to completely witness his strength. At that time, even Yi Yingkai and the other young prodigies of the Chunyang School were ashamed of their inferiority when they faced Yang Qinya's strength. Elder Yuan, the disciples of your sect are truly unexpected. At this time, several Chunyang School elders next to Yang Qinya's master, Yuan Hanjin, sighed. I've never heard of him being so monstrous in the past. That's right, Elder Yuan. Another elder sighed. This disciple of yours has hidden his strength too well. And you, for you to be able to find him, you are really amazing. Elder Yuan, I'm really envious that you have such a disciple. Now, Yuan Hanjin had become the focus of many people's attention, especially a group of Chunyang School elders who could not hide their envy. As for Yuan Hanjin himself, although he was humble on the surface, there was still a hint of pride in the depths of his eyes. This disciple of Yang Qinya had indeed given him a lot of face. However, they may not know that this is not my disciple's true strength. If this disciple of mine shows his true strength, he might be able to enter the top 10. If he can get into the top 10, he will win 2 more places for Chunyang School. These were the thoughts in Yuan Hanjin's mind. When he thought of this, his heart burned with passion. If Yang Qinya could get 2 spots, then one of them would definitely go to his father. If he couldn't obtain it, then even if Duan Lingtian entered the top 3, his father would still have no chance. Unless Duan Lingtian entered the first place, then his father would still have a chance. Before his father, Yi Chunfeng, Lu Fenggu, and Zhen Yunfeng, the ancestor of the Yunfeng branch, had priority. It was needless to say that Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu were superior to his father in terms of status and strength in Chunyang School. Zhen Yunfeng was also slightly stronger than his father. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was from Zhang Yunfeng's branch. If he entered the top 3 and Zhang Yunfeng got a spot, no one would say anything, and no one could say anything. At this moment, the group of Chunyang school elders surrounding Yuan Hanjin praised him, but from their words, no one thought that Yang Qinya could enter the top 10. In their opinion, it would be good enough if Yang Qinya could stay in the top 30. If he could go one step further and enter the top 20, Ping Shang's branch would be in the limelight this time. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian received Yi Chunfeng's voice transmission. The young prodigies that appeared this time also exceeded our expectations. In short, there are many uncertainties in this 7 prefectures banquet. In the past, we all thought that you would have no problem entering the top 3. With your strength, you would definitely have been able to enter the top 3 during the previous 7 prefectures banquet. As for us, we have always thought that this 7 prefectures banquet would be as difficult as the previous one. However, we did not expect that some powers and some prefectures would actually think of a way to nurture young prodigies with the resources of their prefectures. Originally, I did not think much of it. Even so, if there were no prodigies with monstrous talent, no amount of resources would be of any use. However, today, Tuoba Xiu from Netherworld Prefecture and Luo Yuan from Tianjin Prefecture made their moves. This completely exceeded my expectations. With their strength, they would have been able to compete for first place 10,000 years ago. There's also Lin Yuan from Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. He can be considered as external help invited by the Flame Howl sect. Although his strength is not too exaggerated, I have a feeling that he's not weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Luo Yuan. As for Imo Luo Duo, the publicly acknowledged #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect, he shouldn't be a match for you. You don't have to worry too much about him. Apart from them, there are 2 more people you need to pay attention to. They are Han Di from the Heaven's Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and Yuan Imoyu from the Heaven's Howl sect of the Qing province. These 5 people are definitely not weaker than Ma Qihong, who is obviously stronger now. Ma Qihong, don't be careless. Although you defeated him previously, that was because he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base and underestimated you. This time, if you face him, you'll have to deal with him differently. Apart from reminding Duan Lingtian to be careful, Yi Chunfeng also told Duan Lingtian about the few people he felt were stronger this time. These people were likely to be in the top 3. Previously, he felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely be in the top 3. However, there were too many surprises this time. Not only did the Netherworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have 2 prodigies, but the Spirit Rhino Mansion also had a prodigy. Furthermore, the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had specially invited an external aid. As for the neighboring Heaven's Howl sect of the Qing province, they also had an extremely strong prodigy. Their strength was also beyond Yi Chunfeng's expectations. Upon hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian was not too surprised. This was because what Yi Chunfeng said was more or less what he had expected. Among the 30 seated contestants in the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet this time, regardless of whether they had concealed their strength or not, he valued 6 of them the most. Han Di from the Heaven's Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion, Yuan Imoyu from the Heaven's Howl sect of the Qing province, Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion, Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl sect of the Profound Jade Mansion. There was also his old rival, Ma Qihong from the Machi clan. Although Ma Qihong had taunted him through voice transmission before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, he had only responded coldly. However, the strength that Ma Qihong displayed later still surprised him. Of course, when compared to the other 5, he felt that Ma Qihong could only be considered to be relatively weak. Even if Ma Qihong's strength was stronger than the last time he was defeated by Yi Chunfeng. Don't feel pressured. Yi Chunfeng's voice continued to sound. From the beginning, the sect only wanted you to be in the top 10 of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. It was only after you defeated Ma Qihong that they felt you could be in the top 3. This time, even if you can't be in the top 3, it's not a big deal. It's good enough if you can stay in the top 10. 2 spots in the top 10 are already in the bag. It's enough for the sect. Yi Chunfeng paused for a moment before he continued. This time, many people think I'll be in the top 10. In the beginning, I thought so as well. However, Ever since I obtained the complete soul high-grade divine sword, I've seen the path to becoming a higher god emperor. I don't think I need this opportunity to become a higher god emperor. In fact, if I enter the top 10, it might even interfere with my path. You don't have to think that if there are only 2 spots, senior brother Yunfeng won't have a chance. Even if there are only 2 spots, one of them will definitely be his. Yi Chunfeng said these words because he was worried Duan Lingtian would be under too much pressure. Zhen Yunfeng was the old ancestor of Yun Peak, while Duan Lingtian was from Yun Peak. It was normal for him to feel pressured if he could not obtain an opportunity for Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Yi Chunfeng's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He did not pay much attention to other things. What he cared about was Yi Chunfeng's words about seeing the path to becoming a higher god emperor. As far as he knew, the path to becoming a higher god emperor was difficult because it was very difficult for a middle god emperor to see the path to becoming a higher god emperor. This was partly because of one's talent and comprehension and partly because of luck. However, if one's talent and comprehension was top-notch, there was still hope to see the path forward. Right now, Yi Chunfeng had obviously achieved this. Congratulations, Elder Yi. When Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, he repeatedly congratulated Yi Chunfeng. You should keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. I haven't even told Jin Pingfan yet. Later, when you kill your way into the top 30 and obtain a spot, I'll give him and senior brother Yunfeng a surprise. Yi Chunfeng continued to transmit his voice. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he suddenly smiled. Understood. I won't tell Elder Jin. These few days rest well. Don't feel too much pressure. When the time comes, after watching the ranking battles of the 70 people, it will be your turn. It's fine if you don't want to go these few days. When it's your turn, I'll call you. Yi Chunfeng said. No need. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. I still want to go and take a look. With my current cultivation, it's hard for me to improve in a short period of time. Watching them fight may give me some insights. Chapter 4036. That's naturally for the best. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chunfeng's eyes couldn't help but flash with admiration. At the same time, he also felt that Duan Lingtian was definitely not a fluke to have such strength at such a young age. Ordinary Heaven's Pride experts were usually proud and arrogant. They felt that those weaker than them wouldn't be of any help to them, nor would they admit that they could help them. But Duan Lingtian didn't think so. Not only did he not think so, but he also openly said that he might be able to find some inspiration from those weaker than him. In fact, being strong didn't mean that you were strong in every aspect. Those weaker than you weren't weaker than you in every aspect. It could only be said that their overall strength wasn't as good as yours. Some aspects of them were still worth learning. Duan Lingtian. Shortly after ending the voice transmission with Duan Lingtian, the group returned to the temporary residence arranged by Profound Jade Manor. Jin Pingfan, however, didn't rush to go back. Instead, he followed Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's residence. Elder Jin, is there something you need? Seeing Jin Pingfan following them, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. But in fact, he had already guessed why Jin Pingfan followed them. He most likely wanted to say what Yi Chunfeng told him before. And Jin Pingfan's next words also confirmed his guess. At this moment, Jin Pingfan wasn't as unruly as he usually was, and his expression was solemn. Based on his words, he was advising Duan Lingtian not to feel too much pressure and not necessarily aim for the top 3. If not, it would be good to keep a top 10. Elder Jun, I know what to do. You can rest assured. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, all in all, I won't be reckless. At least, I'll bring back a top 10 for Chunyang School. Yeah. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan was relieved. With his understanding of Duan Lingtian, since Duan Lingtian said so, he definitely wasn't talking nonsense. Previously, he was indeed worried that Duan Lingtian would fight to the death for the top 3 because of the pressure. If he was injured because of this, it was very likely that it would affect Duan Lingtian's fight for the top 10. In the last 7 prefectures banquet, there was a person who was stronger than him and had a chance to enter the top 10. But because he was obsessed with fighting for the top 3, he was seriously injured and couldn't recover in a short time. In the end, not only he was kicked out of the top 10, He was also defeated by him because of a moment's carelessness. He was ranked behind him. If he had been at his peak, he would have been able to defeat him within 10 moves. But that time, he was defeated by him. He didn't want Duan Lingtian to follow in that person's footsteps. It was precisely because of this that Jin Pingfan didn't forget to tell Duan Lingtian about the pass-through voice transmission before he left, reminding Duan Lingtian not to be careless and not to act rashly. Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless about this. Am I that unreliable? I already told you that I won't act rashly, and you nodded to show that you believe me. But why did you bring this up when you were leaving? Are you afraid that I'll lose my mind? After Jin Pingfan left, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and sat on his bed, thinking about the moves of the few outstanding geniuses in the past few days. Although they showed their strength, if that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for me to defeat them with my current strength. But who can be sure that they don't have any hidden strength that they haven't revealed yet? That Ma Qihong seemed crazy when he attacked, but did he really lose his mind? He also didn't show his full strength. As for the others, Duan Lingtian wasn't too sure, nor did he understand them. However, as someone who had lost to him in the past, he couldn't be more clear about Ma Qihong in the past. When Ma Qihong hadn't consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor, the strength he could show wasn't any weaker than when he attacked in anger at the 7 prefectures feast a few days ago. The current Ma Qihong couldn't possibly retreat. What a joke. He was already so strong before he consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor. Now that he had consolidated his cultivation, how could he be weaker? In the 7 prefectures feast, half-soul high-grade divine artifacts are not allowed, and full-soul high-grade divine artifacts are also not allowed. Originally, the rule of the 7 prefectures feast was that half-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed, but full-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed. And this was also because before Yi Chunfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact was made public, the 7 prefectures didn't have a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. Perhaps there had always been one. Some people suspected that some forces had one, but because it wasn't made public, it was more of a guess. However, Yi Chunfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact was witnessed by others. The 7 prefectures feast added such a rule at the last minute because they were worried that the Chunyang school would act shamelessly and let others use Yi Chunfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact. If others used it, it wouldn't be much of a threat. However, if Duan Lingtian used it, it would be a different concept. Duan Lingtian's strength was considered to be in the top echelon of the 7 prefectures feast this time. If he was given a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, who could be his opponent? Moreover, he had comprehended the Sword Dao, not the embryonic form of the Sword Dao, but the true Sword Dao, the Sword Dao that Yi Chunfeng had mastered. The Sword Dao combined with a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, the strength displayed was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. They're quite cautious. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he was organizing his thoughts, thinking about how to best fight those people if he were to face them. There would be a certain degree of difficulty if he wanted to completely crush them with his strength. After all, the other party was a high-level god emperor, and the profundities that they had mastered were not weaker than his. In fact, they were even slightly stronger than his. In addition, the other party had the power of bloodline. So far, those people had not displayed the power of bloodline. Although Duan Lingtian had taken the power of bloodline into account when judging their strength, and he felt that their power of bloodline would not be weak. However, before they displayed the power of bloodline, who could be sure that their power of bloodline would not be stronger than what he had estimated? I can't be careless. I definitely can't be careless. If there's a chance, it's best to defeat them in the shortest time possible. Completely defeat them before they gather their strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The second segment of the final stage of the 7 prefectures feast, the ranking battle, had also arrived. In this segment, Duan Lingtian and the other 30-seated contestants were all acting as spectators. However, after a few Chunyang school disciples beside him opened their mouths, Duan Lingtian discovered that some of the seated contestants were not present. Of the 30 seated contestants in Duan Lingtian's eyes, 3 of the strongest 6 were not present. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf School of the Heavenly Stellar Mansion, Lin Yuan from the flame-howling school of the profound Jade Mansion, and Ma Qihong from the Machi family of the Tunglung province were not present. It was obvious that they were preparing for the final segment of the ranking battle that would be held a month later, the battle for the top 30. That's right. This time, the second segment of the ranking battle would last for an entire half a month. Moreover, this was only an estimate. The actual time spent might be even longer. This was because the 72 contestants would have to fight against each other. Only in this way would everyone be convinced when the final ranking was announced. In the end, the second segment of the ranking battle between the 31st to 100th place of the 72 contestants of the 7 prefectures feast, lasted for an entire 19 days. It was 4 days longer than the estimated time. The 19 days were completely over. Among the various prefectures and major forces, there were those who were disappointed and those who were happy. On the side of Chunyang School, the rankings of Yi Yingkai, Yun Yue, and the others had also been released. Yi Yingkai, 36th place. Yun Yue, 42nd place. Lan Shilin, ranked last, but at least he had made it into the top 100. He was ranked 98th. Lan Shilin was not the only one who was happy about this. Even his great-grandfather, the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Lan Zhengming, was grinning from ear to ear. In fact, in Lan Zhengming's expectations, Lan Shilin would not be able to make it into the top 100. He would not even be able to make it into the ambitious group. It was Lan Shilin's good luck that he was able to make it into the ambitious group. And now, it was also Lan Shilin's good luck that he made it into the top 100. This was because a few of them were more seriously injured. If they were at their peak, they might be stronger than Lan Shilin, but now they were somewhat inferior. Of course, Lan Shilin was not the only one who was lucky. There were a few others as well. Again, luck was also a part of one's strength. Therefore, although the fact that Lan Shilin and the others had made it into the top 100 made many people's jaws drop, no one questioned them. No matter what, they were only at the bottom of the top 100. Although they could receive some rewards, the lower the ranking, the worse the rewards would be. Of course, if Lan Shilin and the others had made it into the top 30, there would definitely be a group of people who would question them. But now, no one said anything. Everyone. Right now, it was still noon. The second segment of the ranking tournament had finally come to an end after nearly 20 days. Flame Howl Sect's elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures feast this time, announced loudly, in 11 days, it will be the final segment of the ranking tournament, the battle for the top 30. And that will also be the final segment of the 7 prefectures feast this time. In these 11 days, I hope that everyone will not wander around. If not for some unpleasant things happening, don't blame us, the mysterious Jade Mansion, for disqualifying some people from the ranking. When Lin Donglai said this, his eyes were filled with a few people's fierceness. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard this, they were a little puzzled. It was only when an elder from Chunyang School spoke up and cleared their doubts that they understood the reason. It turned out that in the past 7 prefectures feast, there had been some powerhouses from one of the prefectures who had attacked the prodigies of other prefectures before the final segment of the 7 prefectures feast began. Although they did not attack directly, they used their powerful divine consciousness to deliberately injure the other party's soul and affect their performance later on. The reason they did this was naturally to injure the prodigies of other forces who were stronger than the young prodigies of the forces behind them, paving the way for the prodigies of their own sects or clans. So, for the next period of time, all of you should behave yourselves and not go out. Jinping Fan glanced at Duan Lingtian and then looked at Yang Qinya as he warned them with a serious expression. Chapter 4037. So ruthless. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he learned that someone had attacked the prodigies of other forces at this stage of the 7 prefectures banquet. This was the place where the 7 prefectures banquet was held. All forces were gathered here. If they were discovered to have attacked someone here, they would have to pay a huge price. It was a very risky thing to do. However, when he thought about the significance of the top 10 in the 7 prefectures banquet, he could understand why some people would take such a risk. If they took the risk, they might be able to help their prodigies enter the top 10. Under such circumstances, they would be able to obtain at least 2 qualifications to enter the secret realm of the sacred land. Once they entered the secret realm of the sacred land, They would have the possibility of becoming an upper god emperor. If he could become a high god emperor, this kind of risk would not be worth mentioning at all. It seems like I can't go out recklessly for the next few days, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Originally, he thought that he would not need to cultivate for the next 10 days. He could just walk around and take a look. However, it seemed like this was not a good idea. The current him was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of some forces. If they could eliminate him, there would be one more spot in the top 10. Master, I understand. At this time, Yang Qinya also responded to Yuan Hanjin's repeated warnings and expressed that he would not go out. In fact, he did not plan to go out either. Duan Lingtian, prepare well. Don't feel too much pressure. Your goal is to enter the top 10, not the top 3. When Duan Lingtian returned with the Chunyang school group, Zhen Pingfan was the only one left. He looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him again. I understand. Duan Lingtian was not annoyed by Zhen Pingfan's repeated reminders. Instead, he was grateful. After all, Zhen Pingfan did not have to do this. From the beginning, he and Zhen Pingfan did not interact like a senior and a junior. They were more like friends. Duan Lingtian remembered all the help Zhen Pingfan had given him in the past. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay him generously. For 10 days or so, everything was calm. After all, something had happened at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. With that as an example, the young Heaven's favorites didn't dare to go out carelessly even with the warnings of their elders. 10 days later, the final round of the Seven Prefectures Feast Ranking Tournament arrived. The 30-seeded contestants followed their respective forces to the Seven Prefectures Feast, so they didn't have to worry about being ambushed on the way. Under such circumstances, only a fool would make a move. Because not only was it impossible to succeed, there was an 80 or 90% chance that he would be caught. Once he was caught, he would be completely finished. You're quite early today. When Duan Lingtian entered the venue with the people from Chunyang School, he realized that most of the people from the various prefectures and major forces had arrived. Only a few forces had not arrived yet. This was something he didn't dare to imagine in the past. This was because in the past, Chunyang School would arrive at about this time every morning. However, each time, only half of the people would arrive at most. It wasn't as complete as now. 30-seeded contestants and a few forces have taken up 2 spots each. This also means that there are a few forces whose sects or clans don't have anyone in the top 30. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, if you can't enter the top 10, entering the top 30 is actually not much different from not entering at all. You won't be qualified to enter the Sacred Land Mystic Realm. It's just that your reputation is better. Even so, many people are still scrambling for it. Many times, many people valued things like reputation. Of course, it didn't necessarily mean that they valued false reputation. For example, at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time, some young prodigies from forces knew that it was impossible for them to enter the top 10, but they still squeezed their way to the front in order to show their value to the forces behind them. The better you performed at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, the more you could show your value. Even if you couldn't enter the top 10, if you could enter the top 30, you would be valued by your sect or clan. Even Elder Yi was like this back then. According to Elder Zhen, Elder Yi only received Chunyang School's great nurturing after he entered the top 20 at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. Thinking of what Zhen Pingfan said to him, Duan Lingtian could completely understand the motivation of some prodigies present. Sometimes, it wasn't that they wanted to push forward. It was fate that forced them to move forward. If they took a step forward, their future fate might be different. And if they didn't fight, they might have another mediocre fate in the future. Everyone's here. About 15 minutes after Duan Lingtian and the people from Chunyang School arrived, all the small floating islands and the surroundings of the floating islands were filled with people sitting and standing. Obviously, everyone was present. It's time for Elder Lin to appear. The whispers of many Pure Sun sect's disciples resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Almost everyone was used to this scene at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time. When everyone was present, Elder Lin Donglai of the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, would appear at the right time and announce the start of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. This time, it was no exception. Whoosh! Moments after everyone was present, a figure flew in from the sky and landed in the center of the square in the blink of an eye. Feng Su stood in the wind. It was Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect. Today, Lin Donglai's face was no longer as solemn as before. There was a faint smile on his face. It was unknown whether it was because he was in a good mood or because he was happy because the Feast of the Seven Prefectures was about to end. After all, although it was not difficult to be the host of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, it was easy to tire one out. Everyone. After Lin Donglai arrived, he announced loudly, "From today onwards, we will enter the final stage of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. The ranking battle will also enter its final stage." The 30-seated contestants did not disappoint the profound Jade Mansion and successfully passed the challenges of the other contestants. None of them were replaced. Even in the history of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, this is rare. Duan Lingtian had heard Jin Pingfan mention what Lin Donglai had just said. Although there had been similar situations in the past where none of the 30-seated contestants were eliminated, it was rare for the Feast of the Seven Prefectures to be so successful. At the very least, this was the first time in the past 100,000 years that such a situation had occurred in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. This was enough to show how astute the profound Jade Mansion was and how powerful their intelligence network was. Presently, I presume everyone is already clear about the rules of the competition for the top 30, so I won't say anything further. I'll give everyone 15 minutes to catch their breaths and prepare. After 15 minutes, we'll begin seizing the numbered token. Lin Donglai announced loudly. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the eyes of the group of young prodigies present, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. The final stage of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures was the final stage of the ranking battle. The top 30 would determine the final ranking. The rules were rather unique. Everyone would fight for the numbered tokens. The numbered tokens would be displayed in front of them. Everyone would be able to see the 30 numbered tokens from number 1 to number 30. After that, the person who obtained the corresponding number would temporarily be ranked in the top 30. After that, from number 30 onward, challenges would be issued. Number 30 could only challenge number 21 to number 29. In fact, those who were number 22 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. Number 21 could challenge number 20, but he could not challenge those who were ranked higher than number 20. Number 20 could challenge number 11 to number 19. Those who were number 12 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. It was the same for number 10 and above. However, number 3 and number 4 were obstacles as well. Number 10 could only challenge number 4 at most. Only if he succeeded in challenging number 4 and became the new number 4 could he challenge number 3. Only if he became number 3 and entered the top 3 could he challenge number 2 and number 1. The top 3 were obstacles. Being in the top 10 was also a hurdle. The top 20 were obstacles as well. If one wanted to obtain the numbered tokens, they would have to rely on themselves. Of course, this was not purely a competition of strength. There was a large element of luck as well. If the numbered token one wanted was further away from oneself, one might lose the initiative and fail to obtain the token. All in all, fighting for the numbered tokens was just an appetizer at the beginning of the final stage of the ranking battle. The real exciting part had yet to come. Those who obtained the numbered tokens at the front and those who obtained the numbered tokens at the back had their own advantages and disadvantages. Some people wanted the numbered tokens at the front, while others wanted the numbered tokens at the back. However, in general, most people definitely wanted the numbered tokens at the front. After all, those who could become seeded contestants were all top prodigies of the younger generation of their respective forces. They all had pride in their hearts and were unwilling to submit to others. Duan Lingtian, what number token are you going to get? Jin Pingfan asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. The others from Chunyang School also looked at Duan Lingtian with curiosity in their eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard this. I don't care. Just take it, whatever number it is. In fact, for those who were confident in their own strength, this segment was indeed unimportant. So what if you got number 30 token? As long as you had enough strength, you could first kill number 21, then number 20, then number 11 and number 10. Wouldn't you be able to advance further? After killing number 4, you could challenge number 3. After killing number 3, you could challenge number 1. After successfully challenging number 1, you would be able to reach the top. Getting number 1 still gives you a great advantage. At least, you can rest first. In the earlier stages, there aren't many people who have the qualifications to challenge you. Jinping Fan reminded him through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian nodded when he heard this. He naturally understood this principle as well. Then we'll see when the time comes. After all, the distribution of the numbered tokens is scattered, and they're further away from here. Perhaps the area I'm watching doesn't have the number 1 token, and I'll lose the initiative. It'll be difficult for me to obtain it. Chapter 4038. That's true. Hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Zhan Pingfan responded, the last part of the competition really depends on luck. 10,000 years ago, if I was lucky and the number 1 token appeared in the area I was looking at, I had a 70% chance of getting it. Unfortunately, I only got the number 2 token in the end. Zhan Pingfan sighed. Hearing Zhan Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was a little speechless. Was there a difference between getting the number 2 token and getting the number 1 token? It was the same privilege. Only the person who replaced the number 3 token was qualified to challenge the number 2 token or the number 1 token. If you're not strong enough, it's useless to get the number 2 token. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His words angered Zhan Pingfan, who glared at him. This brat was really touching a sore spot. Back then, although he got the number 2 token, he was defeated by many people and fell out of the top 10 step by step. He was not fated to return to his previous life. Otherwise, if he fought his way into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast and won 2 spots for Chunyang School to enter the Sacred Land's secret realm, Chunyang School would definitely not treat him badly. Maybe he would have become a medium emperor god by now. Maybe his strength would not be weaker than his martial uncle Yi Chunfeng. On this side, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were talking and laughing through voice transmission. As the time approached, the other young geniuses all focused on the field, locking onto Lin Donglai, the host of the 7 prefectures feast. He was the one who threw the number token. This part was actually the easiest to cheat in. Even if he cheated, no one could say anything because there was no way to investigate. No one could be sure that Lin Donglai, the host, had really cheated. After all, the number tokens in front of him might not necessarily not appear on the side where it appeared. After 10 breaths, I'll throw the token. Finally, Lin Donglai reminded them again. There were only 10 breaths left before the 15 minutes were up. Upon hearing Lin Donglai's words, even Duan Lingtian and the other young prodigies who were not paying attention to Lin Donglai immediately regained their composure and stared at him intently. However, Duan Lingtian was different from the others. While the others were still staring at Lin Donglai, he withdrew his gaze from Lin Donglai and looked towards the Flame Howl sect. The 2 seeded contestants from the Flame Howl sect, Marudo and Lin Yuan, were also the only seeded contestants who didn't have their eyes on Lin Donglai other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed their gazes and found that they were staring in different directions. One stared at the left side of Lin Donglai, while the other stared at the back of Lin Donglai. Normally speaking, as the host, Elder Lin wouldn't let the 2 from the Flame Howl sect obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens. Although it wouldn't be a big deal for them to obtain them, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Therefore, the number 1 and number 2 tokens shouldn't appear at the same time where they are staring. This way, even if the others think that Elder Lin has done something, they wouldn't say anything. It's normal for Lin Yuan and Marudo to obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens respectively. It's abnormal for both of them to obtain the tokens. Even if it was a coincidence, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. Therefore, he felt that Lin Donglai wouldn't allow the number 1 and number 2 tokens to appear at the same time where they were staring. Perhaps Lin Donglai was the one who told them where to look. Lin Yuan and Marudo were very cautious. They only glanced at the 2 directions before shifting their gazes back to Lin Donglai. However, they didn't expect the meticulous Duan Lingtian to notice them when they glanced at Lin Donglai's side. Let's keep our eyes on those 2 directions. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to obtain the number 1 or number 2 token. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the other 2 directions. He planned to keep his eyes on those 2 directions when the competition began later. If there were no accidents, at least one of the number 2 and number 1 tokens would appear in those two directions. 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, the young prodigies from the various forces in the 7 prefectures, including Duan Lingtian, all extended their divine power and prepared to snatch the tokens. The key to snatching tokens was to make the first move. Whoever snatched the token first would not be able to snatch it from the others. Of course, whether a person could snatch a token depended on whether he or she had brought the token out of a certain range. Once it was out of the range, no one could snatch it from him or her. Therefore, before Lin Donglai threw out the tokens, a faint, translucent light shield appeared around him. The light shield was white and didn't affect his vision. This light shield was the turning point of the token snatching process. As long as you brought the token out of the light shield, it meant that the token was yours, and no one else could snatch it from you. It's about to begin. The scene in front of them made Duan Lingtian and the others tense up. They knew that Lin Donglai would definitely throw out the tokens in the next moment. As expected, Lin Donglai raised his hand almost as soon as the translucent light shield appeared. As soon as he raised his hand, 30 tokens whizzed out like a fairy scattering flowers. They flew up at high speed and then scattered around him. At this moment, the white light shield formed by his divine power allowed in the 30-seated contestants' divine power. Previously, their divine power couldn't enter it. Number 2. Duan Lingtian was staring at the direction where the tokens were falling one by one. Soon after, he locked onto one of the tokens and immediately grabbed it. His divine power transformed into an ingenious hand and grabbed the token immediately. The reason why it went so smoothly was because at the moment when he made his move, the rest of the more powerful people, such as Han Di from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Chitian sect, Yuan Mayu from the Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect, Tuoba Xiu from the Underworld Prefecture's Yuan clan, Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Prefecture's Autumn Leaf sect, and Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tunglung province, followed Lin Yuan and Marudo's divine power. Machi Hong and Luo Yuan followed Marudo's divine power. The other 3 followed Lin Yuan's divine power. Apart from them, the more powerful people also stared in that direction and followed their divine power. Under such circumstances, there were fewer people in the direction Duan Lingtian was staring. Moreover, there weren't many who were truly powerful. Even young Qinya was now following Marudo's divine power. As a result, Duan Lingtian took the number 2 token effortlessly. Before the other young prodigies who were staring in the same direction as him could react, he had already taken the number 2 token and left the white light shield. The first person to take the number token was Duan Lingtian. Furthermore, it was the badge with the number 2 badge. This kid, after recovering from the scene in front of him, Jin Pingfan's eyes lit up. Although he had previously suggested that Duan Lingtian get the number 1 token, he actually didn't have much hope. He didn't even think that Duan Lingtian had any hope of getting the number 2 token, let alone the number 1 token. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, Duan Lingtian made a risky move. He stared in a different direction from the Flame Howling sects Lin Yuan and Marudo and successfully obtained the number 2 token. As for the number 1 token, it indeed appeared in the direction Lin Yuan and Marudo were staring at. To be more precise, it appeared in the direction Lin Yuan was staring at. The intense fight for the number 1 token also began. Even the group of stronger prodigies from the various prefectures didn't know that Duan Lingtian had already obtained the number 2 token. All of them were focused on fighting for the number 1 token. Smack! At that moment, Duan Lingtian's number 2 token was also in his hands. Then, he began to watch the show. Upon seeing Zhang Pingfan's gaze, Duan Lingtian grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. My luck is not bad. Luck? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhang Pingfan wasn't the only one who didn't comment. Even the others didn't think so. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be the most clear-headed one in the end. At that moment, even the group of prodigies from Chunyang School could tell that something was amiss. Moreover, many people also realized that their thoughts had been completely led by the nose by the convention of the 7 prefectures banquet in the past. In the past, if someone from the faction in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet had made it to this stage, the host would indeed take care of that person. In fact, he might even throw both the number 1 and number 2 tokens in front of that person. Even if that person obtained one of the tokens in the end, the other token would still be obtained by someone from another faction. Under such circumstances, the various prefectures and factions couldn't really say much. However, this time, two people from Lin Donglai's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the Seven Prefectures banquet, had entered this stage at the same time. Under such circumstances, if the number 1 and number 2 tokens were thrown in front of them, it would be fine if one of them didn't obtain one. However, if they obtained both tokens, there would definitely be rumors. They might even ask to overturn the situation and start over. Under such circumstances, they put themselves in Lin Donglai's shoes and felt that the two most advantageous tokens, the number 1 and number 2 tokens, should not be thrown to Lin Yuan and Imo Luo Duo at the same time. I'm convinced. No wonder Duan Lingtian has such achievements at such a young age. Just his brain alone is much older than ours. That's right. I just thought of that as well. Didn't you see that the other powerful prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Imo Luo Duo? They also didn't think of this. However, although they didn't think of it now, when the token fight is over and they find out that Duan Lingtian easily obtained the number 2 token, they will think of it. When the time comes, those who get the number 1 token will be fine, but those who don't will definitely regret that they didn't know how to use their brains. Duan Lingtian heard the words of the group of Chunyang school disciples, but he just shook his head and smiled. Many things were meaningless when they were thought of after the fact. However, he was still a little surprised that he had obtained the number 2 token so easily. It seemed like it was a little too easy. Chapter 4039. Many people were surprised that Duan Lingtian had obtained the number 2 token. However, when they came back to their senses, they were still amazed by Duan Lingtian's intelligence. Under such circumstances, he had still been able to make the correct decision rationally. This was not something that just anyone could do. Didn't he see that the other outstanding prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Maruto? Moreover, the few of them were currently accumulating and fighting for the number 1 token. This is really intense. After Duan Lingtian obtained the number 2 token, there was nothing for him to do in this segment. Therefore, he could only watch the show. If these people continue fighting, I'm afraid there won't be any good tokens left. However, only the number 3 and the top 10 tokens are better. As Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, he soon discovered that 2 people had withdrawn from the fight for the number 1 token. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Prefecture and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Underworld Prefecture. The two of them no longer fought for the number 1 token. Instead, they set their sights on the other tokens. Soon, Luo Yuan made his move and snatched the number 4 token that some people were fighting over. He brought it out and brought it into his hands. At this point, Luo Yuan's token was also in his hands. As for Tuoba Xiu, she was one step later than Luo Yuan. She was just about to look for the number 3 token when she saw someone leave with it. Under such circumstances, she could only take a step back this time and seize the other serial token that was ranked at the lower end. Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu's withdrawal did not slow down the fight. Instead, it became even more intense. Han Di, the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect, Yuan Mayu, the prodigy of the Azure State Prefecture's Heaven's Roar sect, and Machi Hong, the prodigy of the Machi clan of the Tunglung province, were all fighting for the number 1 token with Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Just as everyone thought that Lin Yuan would fight to the end, an unexpected scene occurred. Lin Yuan actually gave up on the number 1 token. Then, he entered another battle and snatched the other top 10 token. For a moment, only Han Di, Yuan Mayu, and Machi Hong were left in a deadlock. The 3 of them refused to back down. As for the other command tokens, they were all obtained after a series of fights. Only command token number 1, which was being fought over by Machi Hong and the other 2 command tokens, remained. Those 2 tokens were the 2 tokens that were ranked last, the 29th token and the 30th token. They're even fighting to the point of anger. It's fine if they win, but if they don't, they'll only be able to get the last 2 tokens. Many people sighed with emotion as they watched the accumulation battle before them. Although they didn't really fight, it was still very interesting to watch. The 3 of them fought for a full quarter of an hour. In the end, The number 1 token was taken away by the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Chi-Tian sect, Han Di. It didn't mean that Han Di was definitely stronger than Machi Hong, Yuan Mayu from the Heaven's Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing, and Machi Hong from the Machi family of Tunglung province. Instead, it was because he had discovered the number 1 token earlier and gained the upper hand. Behind him, the number 1 token was also in his hands. He just had to stop Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu and smoothly retreat. In the end, he successfully retreated. What a pity! Yuan Mayu from the Heaven's Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing was still fine after the number 1 token was taken away. He only shook his head gently and sighed before he casually took one of the remaining 2 tokens. He didn't even look at the number on it. Damn it! As for Machi Hong from the Machi family of Tunglung province, his expression was ugly. It took him a long time to recover from his shock and take the last token in his hand. When he saw the number 29 on the token in his hand, his expression became even more gloomy. At this point, all 30 tokens were obtained by the 30 seeded contestants. Machi Hong and Yuan Mayu actually obtained the last 2 tokens. Doesn't this mean that Yuan Mayu, who obtained the number 30 token, will be the one to initiate the first round of the battle? It's said that Yuan Mayu is the descendant of the powerhouse who became an upper god emperor in the Flame Howl sect 10,000 years ago. In the past, he was very mysterious. It was only recently that he revealed his shocking strength and participated in the 7 prefectures grand banquet. Given Yuan Mayu's strength, he'll definitely challenge the person who obtained the number 21 token. That's only natural. What I'm curious about is, after Yuan Mo, you defeated the person who obtained the number 21 token and replaced him. Will Machi Hong challenge him in the future? After all, if he doesn't occupy the number 21 token, he won't be able to challenge the person who obtained the number 20 token. I wouldn't have thought of this if you didn't mention it. I'm really looking forward to it. If they fight in the beginning, the 7 prefectures grand banquet will be interesting. I don't think that's likely to happen. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Lin Donglai, an elder of the profound Nether Mansion's Flame Howl sect who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures grand banquet, announced, "Now, the 30 prodigies who obtained the number tokens, please take a few steps forward and display your tokens in front of them." As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the other 8 prodigies took a few steps forward and displayed their tokens. The first token was Han Di, a prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven sect. The second token was Duan Lingtian. The third token was a prodigy from the famous mansion. He was also one of the 2 most outstanding prodigies in the famous mansion. However, judging from the strength that he had displayed earlier and the reputation that he possessed, it would appear that he was much weaker than Han Di and the others. The fourth token was Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect. The fifth token was a prodigy from the Qing province mansions Bai and Villa. The sixth token was Tuoba Xiao from the Yuan clan in the Underworld mansion. The seventh token was Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Number 8, like number 3, was also a Heaven's Pride of the Great Ming Prefecture. They both belonged to different factions, and in the Great Ming Prefecture, they were equally famous as number 3, becoming the 2 peerless prides of the younger generation in the Great Ming Prefecture. The ninth token, Duan Lingtian, glanced at Yang Qinya, who was standing nearby. He had seen Yang Qinya obtain the 9th token as well. As for the 10th token, he was another prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion. He was not from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven sect. Before Han Di from the Heaven sect appeared, he was widely acknowledged as a top prodigy in the Spirit Rhino Mansion. All in all, in the fight for the tokens just now, the people who obtained the numbered tokens at the front were basically the stronger ones. Of course, there were also those who were strong but did not obtain the first tokens. Among them were Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tunglung province and Yuan Mayu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing province mansion. Apart from them, there were a few other prodigies who were not weak. They had also missed out on the first tokens because they were competing for the top 10 tokens. All of them had only obtained tokens from the 20th and onwards. Now, I'll give you 15 minutes to take a good look at everyone's token and remember who the current owner of each token is. Lin Donglai's voice continued. Then, plan who you'll challenge first later. Of course, plans can't keep up with changes unless you're strong enough. Otherwise, no matter how many plans you have now, you'll be dragged down by others before you can issue a challenge. Naturally, your previous plans will change. The 30 prodigies would enter the ranking battle. The challenge would start with the 30th token, followed by the 29th token. If the challenge was successful, the challenger would replace the challenger and kick the challenger to the last place. For example, the 30th token would challenge the 21st token. If the challenger was defeated and the challenge was successful, the 2 tokens would be exchanged. The challenger would lose the opportunity to challenge the challenger in this round. The challenger would only be able to issue a challenge in the next round. Such a rule also took into account that the defeated prodigy might be injured and gave them enough time to heal so that it would not affect the subsequent challenges. Now, let's welcome the 30th token. Lin Donglai's voice was heard again. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, fixed their eyes on Yuan Mayu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing province mansion. He was the one who obtained the 30th token. Yuan Mayu was a young man in a grayish-white robe. He had a delicate appearance and a smile seemed to be at the corner of his mouth all the time. He gave off a refreshing feeling. He stood there looking as gentle as jade, like an elegant gentleman. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, he flew out of the void and appeared on the field. Now, choose your opponent. Lin Donglai looked at Yuan Mayu and said, there are a total of 9 people from the 21st token to the 29th token. You can challenge any one of them. At this moment, everyone's eyes subconsciously shifted away from Yuan Mayu and landed on another person. This person was also the one who obtained the 21st token. He was a prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. The other party also subconsciously looked at Yuan Mayu when everyone's gazes swept over, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. However, he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. After all, he was the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the Rui sect and had his own pride. Even if he felt that he was not as good as the other party, he would not back down. Once he backed down, it would be fine if it did not affect his future cultivation. If it did, it would be an inner demon that would be a source of trouble. Number 21. As everyone had guessed, Yuan Mayu chose to challenge the 21st token, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. Whoosh! As soon as Yuan Mayu finished speaking, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion stepped into the air and appeared in front of Yuan Mayu, facing him. The prodigy was a tall and burly young man. He stood there with a strong back and a fierce look in his eyes. He looked majestic. I'm Yuan Mayu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the Qing State Prefecture. Yuan Mayu politely nodded at the burly young man in front of him as a form of greeting. The burly young man also spoke at the right time. I'm Wang Zhubai from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. Wang Zhubai was considered a celebrity in the mysterious Jade Mansion. In fact, his reputation in the mysterious Jade Mansion was second only to Emo Luoduo from the Flame Howl sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He was as famous as the other 2 prodigies of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He, Emo Luoduo, and the other 2 prodigies represented the top echelon of the younger generation in the mysterious Jade Mansion. Chapter 40. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first battle of the final stage of the 7 Prefectures Feast had finally begun. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Wang Zhubai, the genius of the Rui sect of the Dark Jade Mansion, made his move and unleashed the divine power that he had been accumulating for a long time. Then, the profound laws appeared and launched a round of frenzied attacks on Yuan Mayu of the Azure State Prefecture's Roar sect. At the same time, his divine weapon also played an important role in this. Once he made his move, it was as if he had gone mad. Although the crowd was a little stunned at first, after regaining their senses, they could not help but be impressed by Wang Zhubai's intelligence. Wang Zhubai's strength was obviously not as good as Yuan Mayu's. However, if he could catch Yuan Mayu off guard at the beginning and injure him, so that Yuan Mayu could not unleash his full strength, even if he could not defeat Yuan Mayu, he might be able to tie with him. Of course, there were also some people who felt that Wang Zhubai's effort was useless. Duan Lingtian thought so too. As a top genius of the Azure State Prefecture's Roar sect, it would be surprising if Yuan Mayu was injured under such circumstances. Such a genius would not be a fool. Many people felt the same way too. In particular, the higher-ups of the various prefectures and major forces did not think that Wang Zhubai's move would work. However, at the same time, they knew that Wang Zhubai had no other choice. If he did not use this method, there would be no hope at all. If he did, there might be a glimmer of hope. Even if the hope was slim, it was still hope. However, if Wang Zhubai's move does not work, he will be in a passive position. At that time, he should be able to hold on for a while, but he won't be able to hold on for long. Many people thought so. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Zhubai unleashed his full strength and attacked Yuan Mayu like a stormy sea, drowning Yuan Mayu in the blink of an eye. However, after a while, they saw that an even more powerful force soared into the sky and directly defeated Wang Zhubai's attack. It was Yuan Mayu who broke through the air. At this time, Yuan Mayu was still as gentle as jade, but the power around him was condensed and majestic, and as it rolled, it was suffocating. Then, when Wang Zhubai's attack failed and before he could fully recover his divine power, he made his move. Bang! With a loud bang, the void trembled as a terrifying power exploded, forming a small mushroom cloud that condensed under Yuan Mayu's feet. Then, Yuan Mayu swooped down towards Wang Zhubai. A folding fan appeared in his hand. It was his divine item. Now, it was the first time anyone had seen Yuan Mayu take out a divine artifact, because Yuan Mayu had never used a divine artifact in the past. His opponents had been easily defeated without him using any divine artifacts. Yuan Mayu is using a divine artifact. Even if Wang Zhubai is defeated, he should be proud. Before this, no one could force Yuan Mayu to use a divine artifact. Yuan Mayu, in fact, was not very famous in the past. Although many people knew of his existence because he had an upper divine Lord Xian ancestor, they did not know that he himself was so outstanding. Until some time ago, when he showed his strength in the Heaven's Roar sect, the people in the Heaven's Roar sect, and even the people outside, knew that he was the most outstanding person of the younger generation in the Heaven's Roar sect. Whoosh! Crash! Yuan Mayu's fan was like a gust of wind, creating gusts of wind. An attack like a storm fell from the sky and enveloped Wang Zhubai. Although Wang Zhubai could not launch another attack like that in a short time, he still had the ability to defend himself. Bang! However, even if Wang Zhubai wanted to defend himself, he was still injured by Yuan Mayu's attack. The injury was not serious. However, after Yuan Mayu's second attack landed, Wang Zhubai's expression changed completely when he felt the power contained in it was even more terrifying than before. The next moment, blood qi filled the sky from all over his body, and he directly displayed the bloodline power that he had not used before. The bloodline power was majestic, forming blood-red shields around him. At first glance, there were hundreds and thousands of shields, floating around him and protecting him. Boom! Rumble! The storm-like power hit the shields, causing the shields to burst with medicinal liquid. At this time, the crowd could see that Wang Zhubai was vomiting blood in the shields. It was obvious that the burden was heavy. The defense formed by the bloodline power seems to be much stronger than a high-grade defensive divine weapon. Duan Lingtian was surprised by the scene before him. Although he knew that the bloodline power of the natives of the Plains of Gods included all creations, he could not help but be surprised every time he saw a different bloodline power. One more attack. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Mayu in the sky. He could clearly feel that Yuan Mayu's power had not decreased but increased. In fact, the power of the previous two attacks had only been reduced by half. Moreover, he had heard from Zhan Pingfan that the upper god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect in the state of Qing had created a way to use the laws. It was not the Heaven and Earth Tao, but it was close to the Heaven and Earth Tao. Its power was even stronger than the embryonic form of the Heaven and Earth Tao. Triple Tempest. This was the name that the upper god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect had given to his self-created technique. This should be the technique that Yuan Mayu is using now. Others might not be able to learn this technique, but Yuan Mayu is his great-great-grandson and the most outstanding descendant. He definitely won't be stingy with it. Self-created techniques belong to the individual and not the sect. Moreover, given the upper god emperor's status in the Heaven's Roar sect, As long as he did not want to pass down his self-created technique, no one could force him to do so. It's the triple tempest. One more attack. If Wang Zhubai doesn't admit defeat, he'll be severely injured even if he doesn't die. Perhaps it will affect the subsequent challenges. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had seen through Yuan Mayu's trick. Many others had seen through it as well. When Yuan Mayu was about to attack for the third time, Wang Zhubai finally opened his mouth. I admit defeat. At this moment, Wang Zhubai's voice was slightly dispirited. It was only after he had consumed a few divine pills that his expression softened slightly. During the Battle of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, no one was allowed to consume any divine pills. Only after the battle was over could they consume divine pills to heal their injuries. This was done to ensure fairness. The Triple Tempest deserves its reputation. I, Wang Zhubai, am sincerely convinced. After admitting defeat, Wang Zhubai cupped his hands slightly at Yuan Mayu before leaving the arena. Although he had lost, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, he seemed to be relieved. Not fighting was a disgrace to him. If he had fought and lost, not only would it not be a disgrace, but it would also be an inspiration to him. It was worth mentioning that before leaving the arena, Wang Zhubai took out his serial token and exchanged it with Yuan Mayu's. From this moment on, Yuan Mayu was no longer Wang Zhubai, who was number 21. Yuan Mayu was no longer number 30, but Wang Zhubai. If Wang Zhubai doesn't die prematurely or get into an accident, his future achievements will definitely not be low. On the side of the Chunyang school, even Yi Chunfeng, who rarely spoke, commented on Wang Zhubai at this time. It should be noted that before this, only the 6 relatively strong geniuses other than Duan Lingtian at the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet had received such treatment. He's not discouraged by defeat, and he seems to have used it as motivation. He's also very tenacious. He's indeed a good seedling. At this moment, even Lu Fenggu nodded in agreement. Let's see if the Rui sect is willing to invest resources in him. Jin Pingfan nodded as well. Yi Chunfeng and the other two did not talk about Wang Zhubai through voice transmission, so Duan Lingtian and the others heard it clearly. The group of Chunyang school disciples could not help but sigh. They did not expect that Wang Zhubai, who had been defeated by Yuan Mayu, would receive the unanimous approval of the 3 god emperors of Chunyang school after his defeat. However, some people did not express their opinion. However, people like Duan Lingtian, Yi Chunfeng, Yun Yue, and Yang Qinya, who stood at a higher position, were further ahead than the others. They could see why Yi Chunfeng and the other two favored Wang Zhubai. The group of geniuses on the side of Chunyang school quickly turned their attention to Ma Qihong, who had obtained the number 29 token. It's Ma Qihong's turn soon. Ma Qihong is Duan Lingtian's defeated opponent. He must have been crazy to fight for the number 1 token. If he knew he would get the number 29 token, he probably wouldn't have competed. How can there be so many new in this world? As the Chunyang school disciples discussed among themselves, Lin Donglai's voice rang out. Next, let's invite number 29 to enter the arena. Theoretically, number 29 can challenge numbers 21 to 28, Lin Donglai said. He looked at Ma Qihong, who had just entered the arena, and said, however, number 21 has just gone through a battle, so he has the right to refuse if you challenge him. Ma Qihong nodded when he heard this. Elder Lin, I know these basic rules, so you won't repeat them. I challenge number 22. Number 22 was a genius from Tianqin Mansion. After entering the arena, he was defeated by Ma Qihong, who had been holding back his anger in just 2 moves. Moreover, he was severely injured. Ma Qihong had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. In the end, he only managed to obtain number 29. He was already depressed. Moreover, many people from Chunyang school had mocked him. This made him even angrier. Now, the number 22 genius from Heavenly Stellar Mansion, as his first opponent, had become the target of his anger. After Ma Qihong defeated his opponent, he became the new number 22. As for the genius from Tianqin Mansion who was defeated by him, he became the new number 29. Number 28. After Ma Qihong left the arena, it was number 28's turn to enter the arena. Number 28 was a genius from a famous mansion. Although he was strong, He knew he was no match for Machi Hong and Yuan Maoyu. Therefore, he chose number 23 as his opponent. Chapter 40-41. In fact, in the last stage of the Seven Prefectures feast, everyone present knew that unless someone had hidden their strength, the top 10 would be decided from the dozen or so people who had shown their strength earlier. Number 28 challenged number 23. He didn't succeed, but he wasn't defeated either. They ended in a draw. After number 28 and number 23 left the stage, it was number 27's turn. He challenged number 23, but he was rejected. His opponent also had the right to reject him because he had just fought a battle. In the end, he could only challenge number 24. Although number 21 and number 22 were still ahead of him, those two people could basically make it to the top 10. If he rashly challenged them, not only would he be defeated, but he might also be injured. It wasn't worth it. In the end, he succeeded in challenging number 24 and successfully replaced him. The challengers kept moving forward. When it was number 24's turn, he was directly skipped because he had already advanced in this round, because he had no more chances to challenge. Number 23 had a chance to challenge, but after looking at the two people in front of him, Yuan Maoyu and Machi Hong, he finally chose to give up. Machi Hong and Yuan Maoyu were automatically skipped. Both of them had challenged from the back, and according to the rules, they also had no chance to challenge in this round. Number 20, please come on. Lin Donglai's voice came at the right time, and then an elegant figure entered the arena. It was a genius from the Consonance Mansion. He challenged number 13, but he failed and was defeated. This was also the first person who had been defeated in a challenge so far. After number 20, it was number 19's turn. Number 19 was an acquaintance of the Chunyang school. He was Hu Tsai, a seated contestant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, who had defeated Yi Ingkai. In the round where Yi Ingkai challenged the seated contestants, he accepted Yi Ingkai's challenge and defeated him. Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at Yi Ingkai, who was not far behind him, and saw that Yi Ingkai's face instantly darkened after seeing Hu Tsai's appearance. Obviously, Yi Ingkai found it hard to accept his previous failure. I challenged number 12. Hu Tsai went on stage and challenged number 12. In the end, they were in a stalemate and tied. At this time, the atmosphere of the Seven Prefectures feast had cooled down. Apart from Yuan Maoyu and Machi Hong, who defeated their opponents like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood in the beginning and forcefully replacing their opponents, after they entered the top 20, two people had lost consecutively. Actually, the people who were able to obtain the numbered tokens earlier were all quite strong. This time, other than Yuan Maoyu and Machi Hong, who missed the opportunity to obtain the tokens because they were fighting for the number 1 token. The others used their true abilities to obtain the numbered tokens that belonged to them. Indeed, I'm afraid there won't be much to see from the challenges of those ranked 20 to 12. However, I'm still very curious to see if there will be 1 or 2 successful challenges. There are 9 people from the 20th to 12th place. There should be at least 1 or 2 people who will succeed, right? Amidst the whispers of the young geniuses from various prefectures, number 18 entered the arena. He was challenging number 13, the same genius that number 20 had challenged earlier. If one were to challenge number 12, he would be able to reject the challenge because number 19, Hu Tsai, had already challenged him. However, number 13 couldn't refuse. However, when he entered the arena, he still defeated number 18 in a domineering manner, causing number 18 to return in defeat. After this battle, he, who had not fully recovered, suffered heavy injuries because number 18 had fought too hard. Without enough time, it would be difficult for him to recover. I'm afraid it's going to be dangerous for number 13. Number 17 can't challenge him, but number 16 can. Many people broke out in cold sweat when they saw number 13 was injured. However, there were also many people who felt that he was unlucky to be challenged consecutively. However, this was also because number 13's strength was not much stronger than the previous 2 challengers. Otherwise, he would have defeated number 13 directly. With just a short break, he would be able to recover to his peak condition. Number 17 should be challenging number 12, right? Number 12 was also injured in the battle with Hu Tsai earlier. While everyone was thinking this, number 17, a prodigy from Heavenly Stellar Mansion who had just entered the arena, chose to challenge number 12. Moreover, he defeated number 12 before his opponent recovered from his injuries. However, number 17's performance also exceeded everyone's expectations. It was obvious that he did not use his full strength. It was as if he had intentionally allowed his opponent to take the upper position. This person is smart. He knows that his injuries haven't fully recovered, so he didn't make too many moves. He only made a symbolic move before admitting defeat. He wants to recover from his injuries. He's indeed a smart person. Now that he's defeated, the remaining time is enough for him to recover. If he's strong enough later, he'll be able to challenge the people in front of him. Many people could tell what number 12 was thinking. The people in front of him were also deep in thought. If they were in the same situation, could they learn from number 12? In the ranking battle of the Seven Mansions Feast, number 16 challenged number 11 and lost. Moreover, number 11 only used 3 moves to defeat him. Moreover, it was obvious that number 11 had not used his full strength. Number 11? He's hiding his strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure in the arena. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed rather sloppily. He had previously stunned everyone with his moves. However, he did not expect that that was not his true strength. This person was none other than Wang Xiong from the Han residence of the Daming residence. He had challenged Yi Yingkai when he challenged the seated contestants, but was defeated by Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong was now number 11. Facing number 16's challenge, he defeated his opponent in 3 moves. The entire process was very easy. The Han residence is so well hidden. Wang Xiong's strength has been further displayed. Moreover, that was obviously not his full strength. Later, Wang Xiong will challenge the person ranked 10th. I wonder if he can win. If he can't, he can only wait for this round to end and challenge the new 10th in the next round. The 10th ranked prodigy from the Consonance residence is also a well-known figure. If he can defeat Wang Xiong, he should have the ability to advance further. At the very least, he should have the ability to defeat Yang Qinya from the Chunyang school. Yes, among the top 10, Yang Qinya from the Chunyang school is the weakest. I saw that he got the 9th token earlier. There was a certain element of luck involved. In my opinion, if Wang Xiong does not advance further in this round and make it to number 10, Yang Qinya will probably be eliminated to number 10 and then be defeated by Wang Xiong in the next round. The whispers of the crowd also spread to the Chunyang school. For a moment, many people from the Chunyang school subconsciously looked at the figure standing in the distance with Duan Lingtian. The young man stood tall and proud. His expression was indifferent and cold from beginning to end, as if he was not affected by the gossip at all. The challenges continued. After Wang Xiong defended his ranking, the people who were challenged after him also defended their rankings. Soon, it was Wang Xiong's turn. Number 11. Wang Xiong was number 11. After he entered the arena, according to the rules of the Seven Prefectures Feast, he could only challenge number 10, the famous prodigy from the Consonance residence. Number 11. Do you choose to challenge number 10 or give up? Unlike the others who asked to choose an opponent, Lin Donglai asked Wang Xiong this question. This was because Wang Xiong had no other choice. I choose to challenge. Wang Xiong grinned. Then, he picked up his wine gourd and drank a few mouthfuls. I've heard of the famous Hiyushi from the Consonance residence's Hao Shan sect. Today, I'd like to see it for myself. Number 10 was Hiyushi, the prodigy of the Hao Shan sect of the Consonance residence. Before Han Di from the Chi Tian sect of the Consonance residence appeared, he was widely acknowledged as the top prodigy of the younger generation in the Consonance residence. However, Han Di's appearance overshadowed him in one fell swoop. Some said that Han Di had once challenged him and defeated him. There were also some who said that after exchanging a few blows with Han Di, before the outcome of the battle could be determined, he had admitted defeat. As for the specifics, perhaps only the person involved knew. However, no matter what, the news of Han Di being stronger than him had spread like wildfire. Moreover, the honor of being the top prodigy of the younger generation in the Consonance residence had been transferred from him to Han Di. As soon as Wang Xiong finished speaking, a figure flew out from the Hao Shun sect of the Consonance residence. I'd like to see the strength of the hidden prodigy of the famous mansion's Han Mountain residents as well. If you can defeat me, you'll be able to challenge the peerless prodigy of the famous mansion in the next round. If you can defeat them as well, you'll be the top prodigy of the famous mansion. This was a young man dressed in a long turquoise robe. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were sharp. His voice was gentle, but there was a hint of coldness in it. It was not because of his emotions. It was because of the coldness in his voice. He was none other than He Yushi, the prodigy of the Hao Shen sect of the Consonance residents. That's not important to me. This time, if I can make it into the top 10, I'll consider myself as having completed the task given to me by the old fellow. Wang Xiong smiled faintly before he put away the wine gourd in his hand. His gaze turned solemn as he looked at He Yushi. It was completely different from the calm and unruly attitude he had when he was challenged earlier. It was obvious that He Yushi had given him a certain amount of pressure. After all, he was the top prodigy of the younger generation in the Consonance residence. This He Yushi is not simple as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Although he felt Wang Xiong was still concealing his strength, He Yushi's strength was not simple as well. Earlier, he had seen how He Yushi had obtained the number 10 token. He had used an extremely forceful method to snatch the number 10 token from 7 to 8 people. Naturally, those 7 to 8 people did not join forces against him. However, the fact that he had managed to snatch the number 10 token from so many people, even if he had taken advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, still spoke volumes about his strength. Chapter 40-42. Although there were fierce battles in the final stage of the 7 Prefectures' grand banquet, it was still acceptable to the onlookers. Now, Wang Xiong, a prodigy from the Cold Mountain residents of the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion, had shown amazing strength again and again. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was curious about Wang Xiong's true strength. Everyone present could tell that Wang Xiong had not shown his true strength, so they were curious about his strength. Wang Xiong's current opponent, He Yushi, was a prodigy from the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion's Haoshan sect. Everyone knew that he was very strong. At the very least, if Wang Xiong showed his strength earlier, it would be difficult for him to tie with He Yushi, let alone win. They're making their moves. As Wang Xiong and He Yushi made their moves almost at the same time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stared at the field without blinking. Obviously, they did not want to miss anything. In the beginning, Wang Xiong and He Yushi were obviously holding back. It was more like they were testing each other. After 30 moves, the battle gradually became more intense. However, the two of them were evenly matched. After another 10 moves, He Yushi seemed to realize that if this continued, his strength would be exhausted and he would not be able to challenge the person in front of him. After all, his target was the Chunyang School's Yang Qinya. His goal for this round was to drag Yang Qinya down from 9th place. Before that, he had to fend off Wang Xiong's challenge and be in an invincible position before he could challenge Yang Qinya. If he lost, he would not have a chance to challenge Yang Qinya in the next round. If he lost this round, he would become the new number 11. Wang Xiong took a step forward. In the next round, Wang Xiong was still 10th. If he lost to Wang Xiong in this round, there would be no need to challenge him in the next round. He could only wait for Wang Xiong to move forward and a new number 10 would appear. Wang Xiong, this is my full strength. If you can defeat me, show me your strength. If you can't, let's stop. There's no need to continue wasting our strength. We'll consider this a draw. After dozens of moves, Wang Xiong's strength was recognized by He Yushi. Because they didn't want to get hurt, neither he nor Wang Xiong were overly aggressive. Awesome. As for Wang Xiong, after hearing He Yushi's words, he laughed out loud. Then, the power of the bloodline in his body erupted, displaying an even stronger strength. Since that's the case, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiong attacked again. It was as if he had turned into a completely different person. His entire body was filled with an arrogant aura, as if a god had descended to the world. At this moment, his sloppy figure seemed to have become incomparably tall. Bang! Wang Xiong's attack forced He Yushi back. Wang Xiong stood where he was, his body trembling slightly. Pooh! He Yushi did not try to hide her injuries. She spat out a mouthful of blood. If he tried to hide it, he would suffer even more severe injuries. I admit defeat. As for Hiyushi, she was straightforward. After Wang Xiong further displayed his strength, even if she still had the strength to fight with Wang Xiong, she didn't continue. If he continued to fight, he would most likely still lose in the end. Furthermore, he might even be injured further, which would affect his performance later on. There was no need to do so. His goal was to get into the top 10, not to defeat anyone. If he lost his chance of getting into the top 10 because of a moment of anger, it would be difficult for him to answer to the sect behind him. Whoosh! When Wang Xiong injured Hiyushi with one attack and she took the initiative to admit defeat, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Wang Xiong is so strong. The Great Mansion's Han Mountain residence has really hidden an expert this time. I feel like Wang Xiong's strength is not any weaker than the two unparalleled prides from the Great Mansion who have obtained the tokens to get into the top 10. In the past, the unparalleled prides from the Great Mansion represented the strongest among the younger generation in the Great Mansion. However, now that Wang Xiong had made his move, it seemed like the unparalleled prides would be renamed as the three unparalleled prides. Or perhaps, Wang Xiong would suppress them and become the strongest person among the younger generation in the Great Mansion, causing the unparalleled prides to become history. How powerful! At this moment, not only were the people from the various major forces in the Great Mansion stunned, but even the group of prodigies from the Great Mansion's Han Mountain residence. The strength that Wang Xiong had displayed earlier had already shocked them. Now, even Hiyushi, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion, had been defeated a few times. Unlike the prodigies from the Han Mountain residence, the high-ranking officials from the Han Mountain residence only had a joyful expression on their faces. They were not shocked at all. It was obvious they had long known Wang Xiong had such strength. Now that they saw Wang Xiong had made it into the top 10, they were overjoyed. At the very least, there was hope for them to enter the Saint Land's secret zone. After defeating Hiyushi, Wang Xiong became the new number 10, while Hiyushi became the new number 11. Both of them had exchanged tokens. Then, it should have been number 10's turn to issue a challenge. However, since Wang Xiong had already used his only chance to issue a challenge, it was now number 9's turn. Number 9, please enter the arena. As Lin Donglai's voice resonated in the air, many pairs of eyes shifted to Duanling Tian from all directions and landed on the cold figure standing not far away from him. Yang Qinya was the person who had obtained the number 9 token. Yang Qinya, although many of the prodigies from the Chunyang school were not familiar with Yang Qinya, they still hoped that Yang Qinya could bring glory to the Chunyang school, even though they felt that the chances were slim. Some of them comforted Yang Qinya. Yang Qinya, just do your best. Let Duanling Tian fight for the top 10. Yes, you don't have to feel too much pressure. Under the gaze of the crowd and the persuasion of many disciples from the Chunyang school, Yang Qinya flew into the arena with an indifferent look on his face. Then, without looking at anyone, he said indifferently, Number 5. In an instant, everyone's eyes, which were originally focused on Yang Qinya, shifted to the young man standing at the front of the Puppet Mountain Villa in the Qingzhou State Prefecture. Number 5 was the prodigy from the Puppet Mountain Villa. Shimin from the Puppet Mountain Villa. So far, everyone only knew that the young prodigy from the Puppet Mountain Villa was called Shimin, and most of them guessed that his surname was Shimin. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shimin flew into the air. His face was equally cold, and his body exuded an unapproachable aura. As soon as Shimin entered the arena and stood next to Yang Qinya, everyone felt that they were the same kind of people. The two of them faced each other, but neither of them made a sound. However, their auras were locked onto each other. Then, as soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the two of them attacked at the same time. It was an intense collision. What happened next shocked all the spectators. This was because they realized that Shimin from the Puppet Mountain Villa was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Yang Qinya from the Chunyang school was hiding his strength. The battle between the two of them was more intense than any of the previous battles. Both of them did not seem to have any intention of holding back. They attacked with all their might, and their divine power, which was infused with the profundities of the laws, collided violently. In the blink of an eye, 30 moves had passed, and the two of them were evenly matched. After 50 moves, it was still the same. After 100 moves, the two of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They retreated one after another, and the battle ended in a draw. At this moment, not only did the leader of the Puppet Villa's group have an ugly expression, but even the virtual Jade Elder Yuan Hanjin from the Pure Sun sect side had an ugly expression. As early as when Yang Qinya and Shi Min from the Puppet Mountain Villa had exchanged 50 moves, Yuan Hanjin had asked Yang Qinya and Shi Min to end the battle in a draw and not consume too much divine power. However, Yang Qinya did not respond to him. It was not until he contacted the leader of the Puppet Mountain Villa and the two of them put pressure on Yang Qinya and Shi Min at the same time that the two of them stopped fighting. Yuan Hanjin did not think it was necessary for the two of them to consume so much divine power, and the people of the Puppet Mountain Villa thought it was even more unnecessary. Moreover, in their opinion, Yang Qinya was number 9. After this battle, it would be his turn to fight or be challenged in the next round. However, Shi Min from the Puppet Mountain Villa, as number 5, might be challenged by number 7 next. Number 7 is Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Howl sect. Lin Yuan is very strong, and he is the foreign aid that the Flaming Howl sect specially asked for. A prodigy like him will not take advantage of others' difficulties. The people of the Puppet Mountain Villa were already comforting themselves. After number 9, Yang Qinya, and number 5, Shi Min left the stage. The prodigy with number 8 token also entered the stage. He was one of the peerless duo from the famous mansion. For the time being, no one from the Chunyang school looked at the prodigy from the famous mansion. Their eyes all fell on Yang Qinya, and their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Yang Qinya was so strong? He did not even use his full strength in the previous round? In their opinion, based on the strength that Yang Qinya had just displayed, he might not even lose to Wang Xiong, the prodigy from the famous mansion's Han Mountain Villa. Yang Qinya, you're amazing. Yang Qinya, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I thought it was impossible for you to make it to the top 10 in the 7-mansion banquet. It seems that 2 prodigies from the Chunyang school will make it to the top 10 this time. The people from the Chunyang school were in high spirits. Hiyushi, the prodigy of the Hao Shun sect from the Consonance Mansion, who had become the new number 11, was also looking at Yang Qinya from the Chunyang school. His expression was unusually solemn. I've underestimated him. I might not be a match for him. Previously, he had thought that Yang Qinya was a pushover and had planned to use him as a stepping stone. However, it seemed like he had been dreaming. I forfeit. At the same time, the number 8 prodigy who had entered the stage spoke. He shocked everyone and chose to forfeit. He did not challenge anyone in front of him. In fact, there was nothing he could do. He could only challenge number 4, number 6, and number 7. These 3 prodigies were Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Howl sect, and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion. He had no chance of winning against these 3 prodigies. In that case, he might as well save his strength. Chapter 40-43. Number 7. As Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect spoke, a figure flew out from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect camp and entered the arena. It was a tall young man with a handsome face and sharp eyebrows. His temperament was extraordinary, and he gave off an otherworldly feeling just by standing there. He was the Flame Howl sect's prodigy, Lin Yuan. He was also the grandnephew that Lin Donglai had mentioned. Lin Yuan came from outside the 7 prefectures, but he was now a disciple of the Flame Howl sect. Therefore, no one said anything about him participating in the 7 prefectures banquet. If you have the ability, you can also ask for external help. After Lin Yuan entered the arena, his gaze landed on the Autumn Leaf Gate of Heavenly Star Mansion. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan? Luo Yuan was the Autumn Leaf Gate's prodigy of Heavenly Star Mansion, and this was only his current identity. His true identity was the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources. Earlier, he had displayed his powerful strength and let everyone see how extraordinary the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources was. This is going to be interesting. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan so soon? This is going to be a fierce battle. Yeah. Although Lin Yuan's strength is impressive, it's not at Luo Yuan's level. However, since he was invited by Elder Lin to join the Flame Howl sect and participate in the Seven Prefectures banquet, it means that his strength is not to be underestimated. Looking at Elder Lin's current appearance, you're obviously not worried about Lin Yuan at all. He should be confident in Lin Yuan's strength. While everyone was paying attention to Lin Yuan, some were also paying attention to Lin Donglai. After all, Lin Yuan was his close relative, and he had been the one who had invited Lin Yuan to the Flame Howl sect. In their opinion, Lin Donglai must know Lin Yuan's strength very well. Since he was not worried, and he knew Luo Yuan's strength, he was obviously confident in Lin Yuan's strength. If Lin Yuan challenges Luo Yuan now, even if he has a chance of winning, he will have to pay a heavy price. If he is seriously injured, it will affect his chances of getting into the top 3. Many people felt the same way. Even Duan Lingtian felt the same way. At the same time, he vaguely realized that Lin Yuan might not challenge anyone. And according to the rules of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, he could forfeit and not challenge anyone. This was still better than challenging someone and then intentionally admitting defeat. Once he admitted defeat, even if he defeated everyone in the future, unless the person he defeated was defeated by someone else, he would only be second place at most, and would have no chance at first place. A short while later, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yuan spoke. Luo Yuan, I should have challenged you. However, I still feel that there is no need for us to fight so early. Let's kick those who shouldn't be in front of us down first before we fight. What do you think? As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, many people were disappointed, but there were also some people who had an expression of, as expected. Like Duan Lingtian, they also guessed that Lin Yuan might abstain. I agree. Luo Yuan smiled faintly. Don't worry. In this round, I will enter the third place. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not think highly of number 3, who was also one of the unparalleled prodigies of the famous prefecture. Although the famous prefecture's prodigy's expression was ugly, there was nothing he could do. After all, Luo Yuan was indeed stronger than him. It was not just Luo Yuan. Most of the people in the top 10 were stronger than him. Number 7 abstains. Number 6, enter the arena. After Lin Yuan left the arena, Lin Donglai spoke, and a beautiful figure flew over like a fairy and entered the arena in the blink of an eye. It was the Yuan clan's prodigy, Tuoba Xiu. She was also one of the only 2 females in the top 30 of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet. Will Tuoba Xiu challenge number 4 or 5? As Tuoba Xiu entered the arena, many people could not help but whisper among themselves, I don't think so. Number 4 is Luo Yuan, and he is definitely not weaker than her. As for number 5, he is the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Villa's prodigy. Judging from the strength he displayed earlier, he is also very strong. It's hard to say who will win if Tuoba Xiu fights with him. If I were Tuoba Xiu, I would choose to abstain. Once the first few spots have been confirmed, the final ranking battle will be held to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. I also think she will abstain, due to Lin Yuan's abstention. Even if Tuoba Xiu were to enter the arena now, the crowd was not in high spirits. In fact, they felt that Tuoba Xiu would most likely abstain. In the end, Tuoba Xiu did not disappoint them and chose to abstain. After Tuoba Xiu's abstention, it was number 5's turn. Shimin, the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Villa's prodigy, who had previously been challenged by number 9 Yang Qinya, chose to abstain as well. 3 people have abstained in a row. Number 4, Luo Yuan, is finally going to enter the arena. Luo Yuan previously told Lin Yuan that he would enter the third place in this round. Therefore, he won't abstain. There is no need for him to abstain. As expected, when it was Luo Yuan's turn, he did not abstain. Instead, he chose to challenge number 3, one of the famous prefecture's peerless twins. Earlier, number 8, the other of the peerless twins, had chosen to abstain. Now, one of his peers was being challenged by Luo Yuan. Although the crowd was confident in Luo Yuan's abilities, they also felt that Luo Yuan's opponent was one of the famous prefecture's peerless twins. Even if the peerless twins were no match for Luo Yuan, there would still be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that Luo Yuan would be able to injure the peerless twins' opponent within 3 moves? As for the peerless twins' opponent, he had admitted defeat in a timely manner. Clearly, he did not wish to aggravate his injuries. From the beginning to the end, in the eyes of the crowd, Luo Yuan had not done anything at all. Even if he had expended some of his divine power, he would be able to recover very quickly. Luo Yuan had won and replaced the famous prefecture's prodigy as number 3. As for the famous prefecture's prodigy, he had been demoted to number 4. In the next round, the famous prefecture's prodigy might be demoted to number 10. The current number 10, Wang Xiong of the Cold Mountain residence, will most likely challenge him. It's normal for Wang Xiong to challenge him. Earlier, Wang Xiong had displayed an extremely powerful strength, overshadowing the famous prefecture's peerless twins. If Wang Xiong defeats Wang Xiong in the next round, he will become the number 1 prodigy of the famous prefecture's younger generation. I don't think so. They are all from the same prefecture and will see each other frequently. If Wang Xiong does this, won't it be somewhat embarrassing? Wang Xiong's challenge might cause him to miss out on the top 10. You are thinking too much. Even if they are from the same prefecture and are not from the same faction, they won't concede in such a situation. The moment they concede, they will miss out on the top 10. After Luo Yuan became the new number 3, everyone's gazes shifted to the Tunglung province's Chunyang school before landing on Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian's turn now. Number 2, Duan Lingtian. He will most likely forfeit to preserve his strength. I also think he will forfeit. Before Duan Lingtian even entered the arena, the group of people present on the scene already thought he would choose to forfeit like the few people behind him. After that, they would wait for the top 10 to be confirmed before the final ranking battle. Duan Lingtian, forfeit this round. There is no need to exhaust too much of your godly power. At the same time, Jin Pingfan's voice transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding him to forfeit this round. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, this was the best choice. This is also Martial Uncle Ye's intention, Zhen Pingfan added. Evidently, Yi Chunfeng also felt that Duan Lingtian should forfeit this round. Duan Lingtian, forfeit. Lu Fenggu had not spoken much to Duan Lingtian all this time. However, this time, he reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Forfeiting won't affect anything. There will be plenty of opportunities to challenge the current number 1 later. Faced with Jin Pingfan and Lu Fenggu's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and replied, I know what I'm doing. At the same time, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures grand banquet, announced, Number 2, enter the arena. Number 2, Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian stepped out into the air, the gazes that were trained on him began to burn with passion. Although they thought Duan Lingtian would admit defeat, they were still curious about Duan Lingtian, a prodigy who had soared to the top in one go. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was different from the others. Although the others, such as Luo Yuan and Han Di, were also very strong, they were all at least 7,000 or 8,000 years old. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not even 3,000 years old. He was not even half as old as Luo Yuan and the others. If he could achieve this at such a young age, by the time he reached Luo Yuan and the others' age, he might already be a god emperor. Moreover, he might not even be a lesser god emperor. Duan Lingtian is too pitiful. If he were to participate in the 7 prefectures grand banquet 5,000 years later at the age of 8,000, I'm afraid no one would be his match. Given the talent and comprehension ability Duan Lingtian has displayed, he will definitely become a god emperor in 5,000 years. Even if Duan Lingtian becomes a god emperor, as long as he is younger than 10,000 years old, he can still participate in the 7 prefectures grand banquet. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Currently, a lot of people were feeling sorry for Duan Lingtian. The 7 prefectures grand banquet was held once every 10,000 years. The age of the participants depended heavily on luck. If one was born not long after the previous 7 prefectures grand banquet, one would undoubtedly have an advantage in this 7 prefectures grand banquet. The later one was born, the less advantage one would have. For example, those of Duan Lingtian's age would only be at a disadvantage. In our sect, there are no disciples of Duan Lingtian's age who have entered the God Emperor realm. In our clan, No matter how high one's talent or comprehension ability is, one will not be able to participate in this 7 prefectures grand banquet. Amidst the lamentation of many people, almost everyone believed that Duan Lingtian would forfeit. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Number 1. Enter. Chapter 4044. Number 1. Enter the arena. His voice was calm and indifferent, but as soon as he said it, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Duan Lingtian did not give up. He allowed number 1 to enter the arena. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian's decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the people from Chunyang School were stunned at this moment. Obviously, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to do this. Duan Lingtian challenged number 1 directly. Isn't he afraid of exhausting his strength too early and being at a disadvantage later? Isn't this a little irrational? The people from Chunyang School could not understand Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Even the leaders of Chunyang School this time, Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu, looked at each other speechlessly. Jinping Fan could not help but smile bitterly. This kid still wants to challenge his opponent in the end. You didn't persuade him? Yi Chunfeng asked. I did. Zhang Pingfan nodded. I also said that's what you meant. But now, do you think it'll work? This kid is a person with his own opinions. Maybe he has his own ideas. I also tried to persuade him. Lu Fenggu looked at the purple figure in the distance and murmured. Maybe it's just as Junior Pingfan said. He has his own ideas. Now that Duan Lingtian had spoken, it was too late to take back the spilled water. They also knew that even if they wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian now, it was too late. I hope he can surprise us. Jin Pingfan stared at the figure in the distance and murmured. However, his opponent this time is not simple. Han Di is the trump card of the Heaven's Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion. Han Di was the genius of the Heaven's Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion. He was not famous in the past, but once he appeared, he overshadowed the other geniuses of the Consonance Mansion. Duan Lingtian, Ma Qihong stood in the void in front of the Ma Qi clan and stared at the purple figure with a mocking smile. He's really strong. In this sort of situation, you're still unwilling to give up? From Ma Qihong's point of view, Duan Lingtian's behavior was arrogant to put it nicely, but it was stupid to put it bluntly. The others had all given up. Obviously, they did not want to let the people behind them take advantage of them. But you, Duan Lingtian, are different. Are you trying to show that you're different? Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't be too disappointing. Otherwise, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment defeating you when you're injured. Ma Qihong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. His tone was somewhat cold. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ma Qihong's voice transmission. He instinctively glanced at Ma Qihong and saw Ma Qihong looking at him as though he was an idiot. Duan Lingtian only replied indifferently, I hope you still have the courage to challenge me after this battle. As for Ma Qihong's gaze, he directly ignored it. How could a sparrow or a swallow know the ambition of a swan? Whoosh! Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the person who was challenged by Duan Lingtian, the genius of the Heaven's Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion, Han Di, entered the arena. Han Di was a young man dressed in white. Although his appearance was ordinary, his temperament was extraordinary. In particular, there was always a smile on his face that made people feel as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. After he entered the arena, he cupped his hands politely at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, I've long heard of your name. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to compete with you. I didn't expect to find an opportunity to do so at the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. I can't compare to Brother Han. Duan Lingtian smiled. Brother Han, you've endured for thousands of years. Once you've awakened, you're like a divine dragon soaring in the sky. Everyone looks up to you. Brother Duan, you must be joking. Han Di shook his head with a smile. I've always lived in seclusion. That's why not many people know of my existence. As for the thousands of years of enduring, they're just rumors. They can't be taken seriously. Duan Lingtian and Han Di chatted merrily. The crowd of onlookers stared at them without blinking. To them, the battle that was about to begin was definitely the most exciting battle since the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet began. Initially, They thought they would only be able to see such a battle at the end of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, they did not expect to see it in advance because Duan Lingtian did not forfeit. At this moment, everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian and Han Di with anticipation. They were curious to see who was stronger. One of them was a prodigy who had recently risen to prominence in Tunglung Province. Once he rose to prominence, he was extremely powerful. He had even defeated Ma Qihong, the former #1 prodigy among the younger generation in Tunglung Province. The other person was a hidden prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect. He was unknown in the past, but once he appeared, he overshadowed the prodigies from the Heaven's Equal sect. Both of them were top-notch prodigies in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Both of them had a chance to fight for the top 3 spots in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Now, however, they had to fight in advance. Although I don't know why Duan Lingtian didn't forfeit, this is a good thing for us. We can enjoy watching the battle this time. You're right. Now, we can finally focus and watch the battle between the top prodigies in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Perhaps, we can learn something from it. Duan Lingtian is skilled in the law of space, and Han Di is skilled in the law of destruction. The battle between the two of them will definitely be a fierce battle. The crowd was already looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Di. At the same time, Han Di's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He gave a suggestion and asked, "What do you think? This will be good for both of us. This way, both of us won't have to expend much energy. It won't affect the later stages of the competition, and we won't be taken advantage of." After hearing Han Di's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian immediately replied, "As long as you can convince Elder Lin, I have no objections. I don't think he'll refuse," Han Di said. Then, Han Di looked at Lin Donglai and said a few words through voice transmission. When Lin Donglai heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Han Di deeply before he finally looked at Duan Lingtian and asked loudly, "Duan Lingtian, Han Di said that you agree to his suggestion? I wonder what Elder Lin's suggestion is?" Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. Although Han Di would not go so far as to trick him, he would not agree to Lin Donglai's suggestion without knowing the reason. One must always be wary of others. He said that I'll set up a concealment formation so that the two of you can display your strength without being seen by the crowd. After that, the weaker one will admit defeat, Lin Donglai said. Lin Donglai's words caused an uproar among the crowd. How can that be? That's right. If that's the case, what's the point of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet? I refuse. I object as well. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the crowd began to protest as well. They felt that this was against the purpose of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. If everyone behaved this way, wouldn't it be easy to determine the winner in the concealment formation? It was entirely possible for one of them to tempt the other to admit defeat, right? Although the possibility was low, it was still possible. In the end, Duan Lingtian did not even have to say anything. Lin Donglai could feel the pressure from the crowd. He quickly looked at Han Di and said, "1, as you can see, it's not that I don't agree, it's that the others don't agree. Moreover, what they said makes sense as well. Once you do this, everything will become opaque. If you don't want to expend too much energy, you can stop here and quickly end the battle. The others might not know the details of the battle, but don't tell me you don't know." Due to the pressure from the people from the various mansions, Lin Donglai rejected Han Di's suggestion. Previously, Han Di had sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian about this. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian knew it was unrealistic. However, Han Di had always been polite to him, and it was difficult for him to dislike him. Therefore, he did not reject Han Di directly. Instead, he asked Han Di to ask Lin Donglai. Everything that happened next was just as he had expected. Han Di was too naive after all. Perhaps, this was the result of cultivating in closed-door cultivation and rarely appearing in front of others. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not sure if Han Di lacked social interaction. After all, Han Di had never appeared in front of the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion. He might not have been cultivating in closed-door cultivation. Perhaps he was cultivating in some other place. In the end, Han Di could only give up on concealing his strength and secretly fight with Duan Lingtian. "Brother Duan, I'm sorry. I was too rash. After Han Di regained his senses, he realized the matter was not as simple as it seemed. He smiled awkwardly and apologized to Duan Lingtian. It's no big deal. Duan Lingtian smiled. However, if Brother Han wants to sense our strength at the smallest cost, it's actually not difficult. Just as Elder Lin said, we can use our short-lived strength to sense each other's strength in the shortest time possible. If either of us feels inferior to the other, we can just admit defeat. Duan Lingtian was the one who said the first sentence. However, the second sentence was said through voice transmission. That's the only thing we can do now. Han Di agreed. At the same time, his expression gradually calmed down, and his gaze became serious. Lin Donglai said at the right time, both of you, when you're ready, let's fight. At Duan Lingtian and Han Di's level, both of them had been waiting since the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for them to make the first move. If one of them made a move, the other person would be able to react immediately. While Han Di's expression was calm and his gaze was serious, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually disappeared and was replaced with indifference. At the same time, his divine energy had already surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins. He was ready to cooperate with him at any time. Brother Duan, I'll make my move now. When I'm close to you, I'll unleash my strongest strength. Of course, I'll pull back in time. You should do the same on your side. Han Di said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Chapter 40-45. Faced with Han Di's reminder, Duan Lingtian naturally felt a little helpless. Han Di was clearly a man and did not look like a wishy-washy person. However, when it came to this matter, why was he so wishy-washy? However, Han Di's suggestion was actually a good thing for him. Moreover, he did not have to worry about Han Di scheming against him because both of them were using their full strength. If either of them were to use their full strength, the other party would definitely be able to immediately close the gap and fight head-on. Under such circumstances, both of them would most likely suffer great losses. He did not think that Han Di would do that. All right, Duan Lingtian responded. Then, when Han Di moved, he moved as well. A raging spatial storm pervaded the surface of his body and a high-grade divine sword flashed in his hand. Divine power and law profundity were integrated into it. The moment he got close to Han Di, he also displayed his sword principle. As for Han Di, when he got close to him, Duan Lingtian could also see the blood aura around his body. Combined with his divine power, divine weapon, and law profundity, he displayed an extremely powerful force. Their bodies almost brushed past each other. At the same time, the force of their attacks was carried away by inertia and was promptly withdrawn by them. They unleashed their full strength in the blink of an eye. After a moment, after the two of them passed each other, they changed positions and stood in the air, looking directly at each other. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Di with a calm expression. Han Di, on the other hand, was no longer as calm as before. The corners of his mouth curled up in a faint bitterness. At the same time, before anyone could react, Han Di had already laughed bitterly. I admit defeat. He admitted defeat. As soon as Han Di's voice fell, the entire place fell into dead silence again. On the other hand, some of the high-ranking officials at the Divine Emperor stage stared at Duan Lingtian with a thoughtful expression on their faces. Earlier, when the two of them attacked, it was a flash in the pan. Moreover, it was towards the air. Even they had to watch carefully before they realized that something was amiss. Otherwise, when they saw Han Di admit defeat, they would also be confused and unable to understand. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Many old people shook their heads and sighed. Duan Lingtian, when did you? Over on the Pure Sun sect side, Zhun Pingfan's face was filled with shock. Beside him, Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu's faces were also filled with shock. At this moment, they looked at the purple figure in the field and felt that the other party was completely different from what they knew. The Duan Lingtian they knew did not possess such strength. Han Di is actually very strong. It's a pity that he met the even stronger Duan Lingtian. Many Emperor God experts from various prefectures were sighing. At this very moment, the geniuses from the various prefectures and forces as well as the higher-ups who had yet to enter the Emperor God realm, regained their senses and were still in a daze. What happened? Why did Han Di suddenly admit defeat? They didn't seem to be fighting just now, right? These people were originally very confused. However, when the Emperor God experts from their respective forces spoke, they understood what had happened behind Han Di's admission of defeat. As soon as Han Di and Duan Tian passed by each other, they unleashed a short-lived, all-out attack at the same time. After that, Han Di felt that he was not as good as Duan Tian and chose to admit defeat. Neither of them was injured. Although they had consumed some of their strength, they would have recovered to their peak by the time it was their turn. Han Di admitted that he is not as good as Duan Tian. Ancestor, if they really fight, will Han Di lose? Not lose. It's just that there's a high chance that he will lose. The situation is constantly changing. This small difference in strength might be able to turn the situation around. If that's the case, why did he admit defeat? Han Di didn't want to expend too much strength and was afraid that it would affect the fight for the top 3. Is that why he would rather give up the first place? Han Di is not confident enough. I think he thinks that his chances of winning against Duan Tian are not high, so he chose to conserve his strength and admit defeat. I think so too. Han Di is a smart person. When the people from the various mansions and forces learned from the God Emperors of their forces that Duan Tian and Han Di's full power attack had been short-lived and that Duan Tian had won, their reactions were different. Some thought Han Di was smart. Some thought Han Di did not dare to fight. If he fought, he might be able to keep the first place. Moreover, he might not be injured or exhausted. At that time, he might be able to win the first place in the Seven Mansions banquet. No matter what the crowd said, the result of the battle was clear. Han Di admitted defeat. Duan Tian won. The two of them exchanged their serial tokens. Duan Tian became the new number 1. Brother Duan, you really live up to your reputation. After the exchange of tokens, Han Di sighed emotionally. It's hard to imagine that you're not even 3,000 years old. I'm really curious to see how much you'll grow if you have a few thousand more years. In Han Di's opinion, Duan Tian's battle prowess was already at the level of a middle-level divine emperor at such a young age. He was even stronger than a high-level divine emperor like him. If Duan Tian was given a few thousand more years, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. Brother Han, you flatter me. Duan Tian smiled humbly and nodded at Han Di. Then, he turned around and returned to the Chunyang school's camp. At this moment, when Duan Tian and Han Di returned, 99% of the people present had their eyes fixed on Duan Tian. Although most of them did not understand what had just happened, their eyes were filled with shock and confusion when they looked at Duan Tian after they understood the sequence of events. Duan Tian is too strong. He lives up to his reputation as the number 1 prodigy of the younger generation in Tunglong Province. In the past, I thought it was because there was no one else in Tunglong Province that made him famous. But now, it seems like I underestimated him. I think he just became a middle-level divine emperor not long ago, right? In such a short period of time, he had completely consolidated his cultivation. How did he do it? It's unimaginable, unbelievable. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation in such a short time. Not to mention the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, even in those godly venerable level forces, no matter how outstanding a young genius is, under normal circumstances, even with the full support of a godly venerable level force, it's impossible to consolidate the cultivation base of a newly advanced middle divine emperor in such a short time. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Tian was once again the center of attention. Previously, most of the people had only paid attention to him because they had heard of him before. Now that they had seen Duan Tian with their own eyes, although most of them were at a loss, they believed it when the Emperor God experts from their respective forces explained it to them. Damn it! Unlike the others who were shocked, Ma Qihong's expression was extremely ugly after he confirmed Duan Tian's strength from the Ma Qi clan's golden seed elder, Ma Qiyuning. Duan Tian had also consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. The reason he dared to challenge Duan Lingtian and even wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian in the Seven Prefectures feast was because he had consolidated his cultivation with the help of the Machi clan. He was not surprised that he had consolidated his cultivation. After all, it had been more than 100 years. It was only natural for him to consolidate his cultivation with the help of the Supreme Emperor Divine Pill. However, how many years had it been since Duan Lingtian became a middle-level Divine Emperor? How could he have consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level Divine Emperor? When Duan Lingtian defeated him in the past, both he and Duan Lingtian had not consolidated their cultivation. This time, he felt that consolidating his cultivation was an advantage. However, now that he knew Duan Lingtian had consolidated his cultivation, the confidence he had built up crumbled. In the past, when he had not consolidated his cultivation, he had lost to Duan Lingtian. Now, he had consolidated his cultivation. Could he really defeat Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Ma Qihong began to doubt himself in the depths of his heart. His face turned green and pale. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to Ma Qihong's expression. After returning to the Chunyang school, he was busy dealing with Zhen Pingfan's questions. Duan Lingtian, when did you consolidate your cultivation as a middle-level Divine Emperor? How did you consolidate it? How is this possible? How long has it been since you broke through? Did you have a fortuitous encounter? Don't worry, tell me. I won't tell anyone. Moreover, your fortuitous encounter might not be suitable for others. They might not have any thoughts about it. Now, Zhen Pingfan's heart was filled with all kinds of questions because Duan Lingtian's attack had really shocked him. It could be said that it had stunned him. Now, when he recalled how he had comforted Duan Lingtian and told Duan Lingtian not to feel pressured and that it would be fine for him to get into the top 10, he felt somewhat ashamed. With such strength, it would be a waste if he only fought for the top 10. This time, you'll definitely be in the top 3. You might even get first place. Now, Zhen Pingfan's confidence was extremely inflated. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. I remember that you told me not to feel too pressured. The target you set for me was only the top 10, right? That was not set by me. It was Junior Uncle Yi who set the target for you. Zhen Pingfan's expression froze for a moment before he pushed the responsibility to Yi Chanfeng. Above the void, in a place where no one could see, a jade pavilion hung in the sky. It was surrounded by a faint fog, and it was faintly discernible behind the clouds. Brother, he's so strong? A pretty girl looked down. Her gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on the purple figure. Her pretty face was filled with excitement. Girl, since he's already reached this step, it won't be long before you two meet again. Not far away, an old woman sat behind a wooden table in the jade pavilion. She looked at the back of the girl with a doting expression and said with a smile. Behind the old woman stood a young girl and a middle-aged man. The two of them stood respectfully behind the old woman like servants. Chapter 40-46. Since the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Di had ended in a way that many people could not accept, the first round of the final stage of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet came to an end as well. At this time, it was already afternoon, and the sunset was faintly discernible in the horizon. The first round of the ranking battle has come to an end. The second round of challenges will begin tomorrow. As soon as Lin Donglai, the elder of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect who supported the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, spoke, the people present on the scene began to disperse. Even when the crowd dispersed, Duan Lingtian was still the center of attention. It was only when Duan Lingtian left with the people from Chunyang School that the people who were staring at him regained their senses. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School in Tunglung Province to be so monstrous. He's even more terrifying than I imagined. The old ancestor gave him a high evaluation earlier. He said that with his current strength, very few high-level divine emperors are a match for him. It's hard to imagine that he's not even 3,000 years old. He's a peerless monster. While the people from the various prefectures and major forces were sighing, the people from the Machi clan had also left. At this moment, the expressions of the people from the Machi clan were unsightly. Many of them knew the strongest person among the younger generation in the Machi clan, Machi Hong, was here for Duan Lingtian. As long as he defeated Duan Lingtian, not only would he be able to avenge himself, but he would also be able to avenge the Machi clan. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier had completely destroyed the confidence they had in Machi Hong. This was especially true when they saw the unsightly expression on Machi Hong's face. At this moment, Machi Hong's expression was still gloomy. It was obvious the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier had dealt a huge blow to him. You don't have to think about Duan Lingtian anymore. At this moment, Machi Yuning sent a voice transmission to Machi Hong. Even if you're not a match for him now, so what? Sooner or later, you'll have a chance to avenge him. A day and a night doesn't mean a lifetime. Let's not talk about others. Take Yi Chunfeng from the Hidden Sword progeny from Chunyang School, for example. He didn't even make it into the top 20 in the 7 prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that he's someone who's not a match for anyone who participated in the 7 prefectures banquet? If you're talking about age, there were quite a few people younger than Yi Chunfeng back then. Duan Lingtian's a match. Machi Yuning. Without exchanging blows, no one can know the exact difference between us. Don't Duan Lingtian's Duan sect, SS. Duan Dutian's S. Duan Lingtian's clan, S10 Dutian's. Previously, I was confident that you would make it into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, but now, I only hope that you can maintain your position in the top 10. As for the top 3, if there's hope, we'll fight for it. If there's no hope, we won't force it. Machi Yuning's attitude was only good in front of Machi Hong. In fact, deep in her heart, she was still somewhat unwilling. After all, the Machi clan had spent a lot of resources on Machi Hong over the years. From the very beginning, they were aiming for Machi Hong to enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast. But who would have thought that so many monsters would appear at the feast of the 7 prefectures? The top 3 had also become very, very uncertain. Do you think that Duan Lingtian can enter the top 3? Machi Yuning did not expect that Machi Hong's first sound transmission to him would be to ask about this. Hearing this, Machi Yuning also said truthfully, with the strength he displayed today, he should have a very high chance of being in the top 3. Unless the others are still hiding a lot of their strength. Machi Hong fell silent when he heard Machi Yuning's words. However, with Machi Yuning's earlier persuasion, Machi Hong's condition had also changed imperceptibly. At the very least, he had now become much more normal. The people from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Chi Tian sect also left the feast of the 7 prefectures. The expressions of the upper echelons of the Chi Tian sect did not look good. On the other hand, Handi's expression was calm. His gaze was also calm, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. The reason why the upper echelons of the Chi Tian sect did not look good was because they had high expectations of Handi from the beginning. They felt that Handi would most likely obtain first place in the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. In fact, when Handi obtained the number 1 token, they felt that Handi had a greater advantage. It was only a matter of time before he stabilized his position in the first place. However, they did not expect that Handi would be defeated in the first round of the 7 Prefectures Feast ranking battle. He was defeated in the first position. The person who defeated him was number 2, the prodigy from the Tunglung province's Chunyang School who had recently become very famous. Forget it. There's no hope of obtaining first place. It's not bad to obtain the top 3. However, the expressions of the upper echelons of the Chi Tian sect gradually returned to normal as time passed. At the same time, their expectations of Handi decreased as they comforted themselves in their hearts. Senior brother Handi, is that Duan Lingtian really that strong? A disciple from the Chi Tian sect, who was more familiar with Handi, approached him and asked. Although he lowered his voice, everyone present could still hear him clearly. They all looked at Handi at the same time, wanting to see how he would respond. When Handi heard the question from the person in front of him, he replied calmly, "He is indeed very strong. If I were to really fight him, I wouldn't have the confidence to last more than 10 moves. Moreover, that would be under the circumstances where I would defend with all my might." As soon as Handi said that, everyone's eyes narrowed and they looked shocked. The prodigy from the Chi-Tian sect actually said that he would not be able to last more than 10 moves against the Duan Lingtian if he were to really fight the Duan Lingtian. Was that Duan Lingtian really that strong? There's nothing to be surprised about. At that moment, the old man leading the Chi-Tian sect spoke up. He said calmly, in a battle between powerhouses, even if there is only a slight difference in strength, the outcome can be decided within 10 or even 3 moves. Although Han Di said that, it doesn't mean that his strength is much weaker than the Duan Lingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man looked at Han Di and said, "Today, you made the right choice. It's important to preserve your strength. If you were to fight the Duan Lingtian with all your might today, you would definitely be injured. That would affect your performance later on, and even affect your chances of getting into the top 3. Although we have high hopes for you in the 7 prefectures banquet this time, with the appearance of a variable like the Duan Lingtian, you can just get 2nd or 3rd place. Of course, it would be best if you could get 2nd place," the old man said. Naturally, Han Di hurriedly responded to him. That day's battle was considered a true display of strength for the Duan Lingtian. Of course, there were still some techniques that he did not display. For example, the Law Clone. If he were to really fight with Han Di, with the help of the Law Clone, he was confident that he could severely injure and defeat Han Di within 3 or even 2 moves. It was not that he wanted to injure Han Di intentionally. Rather, if he wanted to defeat Han Di in such a short period of 10 years, he could not afford to be overly cautious. He would have to focus fully on his attacks. Tomorrow will be the 2nd round. I wonder if Luo Yuan will choose to challenge me or Han Di. Or perhaps, he will choose to forfeit. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed in his room. When he thought about the 2nd round of the 7 prefectures banquet tomorrow, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. The current number 3 was no longer the genius from the famous prefecture. Instead, it was Luo Yuan. Now, the numbers 1 to 10 were Tunglong Province Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Consonants Prefectures Heavens Equal School, Han Di. Heavenly Stellar Prefectures Autumn Leaf School, Luo Yuan. One of the famous prefectures Exceptional Twins. Qing Province Prefectures Taowu Mountain Villa, Westgate. Netherworld Prefectures Yuan Clan, Tuoba Xiu. Profound Jade Prefectures Flame Howl Sect, Lin Yuan. The other of the famous prefectures Exceptional Twins. Tunglong Province Chunyang School, Yang Qianye. Han's Han residents of the famous prefecture, Wang Xiong. Other than Machi Hong from the Machi clan of Tunglong Province and Yuan Mayu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the Qing State Prefecture, the rest of the young geniuses who had outstanding performances in the 7 prefectures banquet this time were in the top 10. Machi Hong and Yuan Mayu were the only ones who had missed out on the other tokens because they had been so focused on competing for the number 1 token that they had only managed to obtain the last 2 tokens. Numbers 29 and 30. However, after the first round of challenges, Yuan Mayu and Machi Hong had obtained the number 21 and 22 tokens respectively. Yuan Mayu will definitely enter the top 20 in tomorrow's challenge. That is, if Machi Hong does not challenge him or fails to challenge him. Yuan Mayu will enter the top 20 tomorrow. Machi Hong will have to wait until the 3rd round to enter the top 20. In any case, the famous prefecture and Tunglong province had stolen the limelight in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. After the first round of challenges, 3 of the top 10 geniuses were from the famous prefecture. 2 of them were from Tunglong province. Everyone knew that if Machi Hong from the Machi clan of Tunglong province had not been too greedy in the beginning and wanted to compete for the number 1 token, he would definitely have been one of the top 10 geniuses by now. Moreover, if he had entered the top 10, one of the 3 geniuses from the famous prefecture might have had to give up a spot for him. Not long after the people from the various prefectures and major forces had left, the glow of the sunset had completely descended, followed by the arrival of night. A night was usually just the blink of an eye for the people from the various prefectures and major forces. In fact, if they were cultivating, the night would have passed in a blink of an eye. However, on this night, many people were waiting for the 7 prefectures banquet to begin the next day. The 7 prefectures banquet had entered its final stage and would undoubtedly become more exciting as it progressed. This made many people excited, of course, These people were basically the young geniuses from the various prefectures and major forces. As the group of people waited, the night finally passed. At dawn the next day, the young geniuses from the various prefectures and major forces went out to wait for their elders to come out. Then, they would head to the 7 prefectures banquet together. Even the people from Chunyang School were no exception. These little fellows are all very excited. I don't usually see them this early. A Chunyang School elder could not help but shake his head as he looked at the group of young disciples who had already gathered together. Not long after, Yi Chunfeng, Lu Fenggu, and Jin Pingfen also came out. Then, Duan Lingtian came late. On the other hand, Yang Qinya had come with his master, Yuan Hanjin, before Yi Chunfeng and the other 2 arrived. Chapter 40-47. At the scene of the 7 prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang School team to the scene. Apart from them, everyone from the various prefectures and major forces were present. They had become the last group of people to arrive. This time, usually, we come at this time too, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the others, they were not surprised by this. Jin Pingfan said to Yi Chunfeng, "Uncle Yi, I told you to bring them here earlier, but you didn't believe me. I guess that they would come early today. As long as we're not late." Yi Chunfeng smiled faintly. "Yes, we're not late." Jin Pingfan felt a little helpless. But if we came earlier and everyone was here earlier, wouldn't the second round of the 7 prefectures feast start earlier? If we came earlier, it would still take a day. Yi Chunfeng shook his head and said, "It's about the same. There's no rush." Jin Pingfan was completely speechless upon hearing this. At the same time, after the Chunyang School team arrived, the elder of the Flame Howl sect, Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7 prefectures feast, also appeared. "Everyone, today is the second round of the ranking battle." After Lin Donglai appeared, he did not say much and immediately announced the start of the second round of the 7 prefectures feast. At the same time, he called out to a young man in the distance. "Number 30, please enter." Number 30 was the person who was eliminated by Yuan Mayu, the Heaven's Howl sect of the state prefecture of Qing. Speaking of which, he was also unlucky. It was not easy for him to get the token that was closest to the top 20, but he lost it in the first round and was replaced with number 30. Of course, although he was replaced, he did not have any complaints, because he was indeed not as good as others. He even felt that there was a huge gap between him and the Heaven's Pride of the state prefecture of Qing. Not to mention him, even if 3 or 5 of him went up together, they would not be a match for him. Number 21 and 22 are definitely impossible to challenge. I can only choose those who are closer to the top and whom I have confidence in. After number 30 entered, he began to look for his target. Finally, he locked onto number 24. However, he failed the challenge. He could only continue to hold his number 30 token obediently. Are all of you so insidious? This number 24 didn't seem to be stronger than me earlier. I didn't expect him to be so strong against me. At that instant, the 30th ranked genius was in a very bad mood. Number 29. However, Lin Donglai didn't care about number 30's feelings. When number 30 was about to leave, Lin Donglai asked number 29 to enter. One by one, people entered the arena to challenge. Some succeeded, while others failed. As time passed, it was soon Ma Qihong's turn on the 22nd contestant. When Ma Qihong entered the arena, many people thought that he would forfeit. Now, he only had 2 choices. Either he fought Yuan Mou on the 21st, or he forfeited. The second option would allow them to preserve their strength. The first choice was to fight Yuan Mou, and that would put him in danger of being injured. The number 22 was actually a little awkward in this 7 prefectures feast ranking battle, because he could only challenge number 21 and couldn't surpass number 21 to challenge number 20. Forfeit. In the end, just as everyone had guessed, Ma Qihong chose to forfeit. In fact, this was his best choice. In fact, the patriarch of the Machi clan, Machi Yuning, had asked him to forfeit yesterday. Moreover, he knew this was his only choice. Yuan Mo, you would challenge number 21 in the next round, and he would enter the top 20 in the next round. After Ma Qihong forfeited, it was Yuan Mou's turn. Naturally, Yuan Mo you would not forfeit. This was his chance to enter the top 20. If he forfeited, he would have to wait for the next round, and it would be meaningless. I don't seem to have any other choice. Number 20, it's your turn. Although number 20 was strong, he could only be unlucky when he encountered Yuan Mou. Yuan Maoyu's one strike completely routed all of his means, defeating him. Yuan Mou had entered the top 20. He had the right to challenge number 11 in the next round. As long as he succeeded, he would have a chance to enter the top 10 in the next round. Elder Zhen. At the Pure Sun sect's side, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of a problem, and he couldn't help but ask Jin Pingfan. There seems to be a slight loophole in the rules of this ranking battle. If a few people from our Pure Sun sect obtain the number 10 command token and send the strongest person to guard the door at number 10 and prevent the people behind from entering the top 10, then wouldn't our Pure Sun sect be able to directly obtain a few positions in the top 10 in the end? That's indeed the case. Jin Pingfan nodded and then said, however, if there's someone with extraordinary strength who's blocked from entering the top 10 because of the rules, according to the earliest rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, he might have a chance to enter the top 10. Duan Lingtian was stunned. There was a way to enter the top 10? From what we know of the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, there's no mention of this, right? Duan Lingtian asked. He racked his brains, but couldn't remember such a rule. This rule has always been there, but it's not applicable, so gradually no one mentioned it. However, once the situation you mentioned occurs, this rule will also come into play. Jin Pingfan said, What rule? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Jin Pingfan didn't keep him in suspense. If such a situation occurs, the young prodigies who are blocked out of the top 10 and the forces behind them can apply to challenge anyone in the top 10. However, they have to pay 1 million liang of divine crystals or treasures, worth no less than 1 million liang of divine crystals as an entry fee. Jin Pingfan said with a smile, and the 1 million liang of divine crystals they pay is an extra reward for the champion of the 7 Prefectures Feast. Of course, as long as they enter the top 10 using this method, they can continue to fight for the top 3. If they feel that the third place is deliberately creating obstacles to prevent them from entering the top 3, if they and the forces behind them have any objections, they can spend another 10 million liang of divine crystals to challenge the first or second place. The 10 million liang of divine crystals will also become the reward for the champion. Jin Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued. In other words, if they have the ability to obtain the first place, the divine crystals they pay will return to them in the end. If they don't obtain the first place, even if they obtain the second place, the divine crystals will become the extra reward for the champion. However, such a situation usually doesn't occur. First of all, the competition for the numbered tokens also depends on one's strength. If a person from a force isn't strong enough, it'll be very difficult for them to obtain the numbered tokens at the top. Of course, there's also the possibility of people from different forces working together. Under such circumstances, the rule I mentioned earlier is also a way for those who are blocked to bypass the gatekeepers and move forward. It's precisely because of this rule that the situation you mentioned has never occurred in the 7 Prefectures Feast. Later on, unless they specifically ask about it, even the higher-ups of the major forces don't mention this rule to the juniors, unless the juniors have doubts about it. After listening to Jin Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast. If there was such a rule, there would be no need to worry about people intentionally blocking the path. While Duan Lingtian and Jin Pingfan were communicating through voice transmission, another 2 people went up one after another. One of them successfully challenged his target while the other failed. As time passed, it was soon the turn of number 11 who had not been challenged. It was Hiyushi, the prodigy of the Spirit Consonance Mansion's Haoshan sect. Hiyushi was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion before Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion revealed his strength. However, at this moment, he was in an awkward position. He could only challenge number 10. As for number 10, Wang Xiong, who had defeated him in the previous round, there was no need for him to challenge him at all. Moreover, he was not qualified to challenge Wang Xiong since he had already been defeated by Wang Xiong. For this reason, when it was Hiyushi's turn, Lin Donglai, the MC, skipped over him and looked at Wang Xiong from the Han Mountain Mansion. Number 10. Please enter the arena. After Wang Xiong entered the arena, the emotions of the spectators, who were initially low, were completely lifted at this moment. Who do you think Wang Xiong will challenge? The person in front of Wang Xiong is number 9, Yang Qinya. His strength is extraordinary, and it's obvious he's stronger than the prodigy from number 8. As for the people in front of him, apart from the prodigy from number 4, the rest are not pushovers. I think he'll challenge one of the prodigies from the famous mansion. Both number 8 and number 4 are prodigies from the famous mansion like him. Moreover, both of them are known as the peerless twin prodigies in the famous mansion. They're widely acknowledged as the two most outstanding prodigies among the younger generation in the famous mansion. If he defeats both of them today, even if he only defeats one of them, he'll be recognized as the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. I think he'll challenge number 8 and number 4 as well. I wonder what he'll choose. If he challenges number 4, he might be challenged by the people behind him. I think it's safer for him to challenge number 8, right? If he challenges number 8 and becomes the new number 8, Yang Qinya will definitely challenge number 4 or forfeit. At that time, he'll be safe and won't have to worry about being challenged by the other prodigies. At this moment, the crowd was clearly worried about Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, on the other hand, was mentally exhausted. Is it so easy to guess what I'm thinking? Finally, Wang Xiong spoke, challenging the number 8, the young man who was also a heaven's chosen of the Great Manor, one of the twin prides of the Great Manor's younger generation. Senior brother Wang Xiong. If senior brother Wang Xiong defeats him, he'll be the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. When the Sky Pride from the famous mansion entered the arena, many people from the famous mansion's Han Mountain residence had their eyes lit up. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Chapter 40-48. In the past, Wang Xiong was not well known in the famous prefecture. Even in the Cold Mountain residence, he was not well known. Although many people knew of his existence, they thought he was just an ordinary genius. However, they did not expect Wang Xiong to display strength beyond their imagination in the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time. This made them realize that Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength in the past. Perhaps it was for the sake of shocking everyone in the 7 prefectures grand banquet. Previously, when Wang Xiong was selected as a seeded contestant, the group of prodigies from the Cold Mountain residence were actually somewhat stunned. It was only when Wang Xiong displayed his strength that they realized he was not as simple as they thought. Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength all along. If a few prodigies from the Cold Mountain residence were unconvinced when they first found out Wang Xiong was selected as a seeded contestant, then after Wang Xiong displayed his strength, they were completely convinced. In fact, when they saw Wang Xiong advancing all the way and even entering the top 10, they felt proud that their Cold Mountain residence had such a prodigy. As members of the Cold Mountain residence, they were bound together in this grand banquet organized by the 7 prefectures. Wang Xiong, I've never heard of someone like you in the Cold Mountain residence before. You've really hidden your strength well. One of the peerless prodigies of the famous prefecture looked at Wang Xiong and said solemnly. As one of the 2 most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation in the famous prefecture, he was usually arrogant. Unless it was the most outstanding prodigies of the various forces in the famous prefecture, he basically did not know anyone else. Not only did he not know Wang Xiong in the past, he had never even heard of him. However, today, someone he had never heard of in the famous prefecture wanted to challenge him. If the other party succeeded in the challenge, he would no longer be the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the famous prefecture. I, Wang Xiong, am just a nobody. It's normal that you haven't heard of me, senior brother Long. Wang Xiong said with a slight smile. A nobody? The other party was first stunned when he heard this, then he laughed self-deprecatingly. A nobody can obtain a number token to enter the top 20 in the 7 prefectures grand banquet ranking tournament. A nobody can enter the top 10 in the first round of the 7 prefectures grand banquet ranking tournament. Judging from the other party's expression, he was obviously somewhat shocked by Wang Xiong. However, after a moment, he took a deep breath. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's determine the victor. I also want to see the strength of our great mansion's hidden genius. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was already wrapped in divine power, and the profundities of law flashed out in an instant. At the same time, his entire body exuded an awe-inspiring might. In the next instant, at the same time he finished speaking, his entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Wang Xiong, choosing to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Wang Xiong's strength was not to be underestimated, especially Wang Xiong's terrifying defense. Even he might not be able to completely break through it in a short period of time. Boom! Rumble! Wang Xiong and one of the two peerless geniuses from the famous prefecture battled each other, causing shockwaves to sweep across the surroundings. However, both of them were easily annihilated by Lin Donglai, the host of the Seven Prefectures banquet. With Lin Donglai, a middle god emperor around, even if they were to attack others, it would be difficult for them to injure others, let alone the residual power of their attacks. The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses are indeed worthy of their reputation. Previously, one of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th was defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly. I initially thought that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses were only SOSO. Now, it seems like he might not be weak. Instead, it might be that Luo Yuan is too strong. Now, based on the strength of the other of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses, it's clear that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th isn't weak. The only reason he was defeated so quickly was because Luo Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly and didn't want to waste too much energy. Now, the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th had made a move. While surprising everyone, it had also cleared the name of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th. After all, the two of them had similar strength and were equally famous in the famous prefecture. As for the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th, after being defeated by Luo Yuan and hearing the mockery of the crowd, his expression finally turned for the better. See that? It's not that I'm too weak. It's that Luo Yuan is too strong. Moreover, I was only defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly because I was careless. If I had known that he would unleash his strength so quickly, I wouldn't have been careless. I would definitely have been able to last more than 10 moves against him. However, the two of us might not be a match for Wang Xiong. The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked equally with the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th, said with a sigh. Initially, I was hoping to make it into the top 3. Now, it seems like I'll be lucky if I can even make it into the top 10. Wang Xiong is very strong, and Yang Qinya is very strong as well. It's almost impossible for the others to win. Moreover, Yuan Mayu and Ma Qihong have yet to make it into the top 10. If we're not a match for Wang Xiong, 8 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. If we're not a match for Yang Qinya, 9 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. Moreover, before Han Di from the Heaven's Equal sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion appeared, there's still He Yushi, who was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion. I'm not confident I can defeat He Yushi. I'm sure he isn't as confident as I am. The top 10, this is going to be troublesome. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius thought of this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. While the famous prefecture's peerless genius was lost in his thoughts, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. Wang Xiong, who had been on the defensive all this while, suddenly saw the famous prefecture's peerless genius attacking him fiercely. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw this, the famous prefecture's peerless genius activated his bloodline power. Similarly, Wang Xiong activated his bloodline power. After 3 moves, the famous prefecture's peerless genius was injured. However, his injuries were not serious. On the other hand, Wang Xiong's complexion only changed a little. I admit defeat. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw Wang Xiong charging at him again as though he was on steroids, the famous prefecture's peerless genius finally admitted defeat. He did not dare to continue. If he continued, he was not confident he could win. Moreover, he might be severely injured, which would affect his performance later on. There's no hope of making it into the top 3, but we have to make it into the top 10. This was also the warning that the leader of the famous prefecture's peerless genius behind him had given him. He did not want him to continue fighting if he knew he was no match for Wang Xiong. He did not want to lose the big picture. He won. Senior brother Wang Xiong won. Following Wang Xiong's victory, the famous prefecture's Cold Mountain residents was in an uproar. Their Cold Mountain residents had produced an amazing person who had overshadowed the peerless duo. From today onwards, the #1 genius of the famous prefecture's younger generation would belong to their Cold Mountain residents. With Wang Xiong's strength, he will definitely be in the top 10. As a spectator, Duan Lingtian personally witnessed Wang Xiong's strength that he had not displayed before. However, he also noticed the beads of sweat on Wang Xiong's forehead. Although the beads of sweat were instantly evaporated by Wang Xiong's divine energy, Duan Lingtian still managed to catch a glimpse of it at that moment. Obviously, even if Wang Xiong did not use his full strength this time, he was close to using it. After Wang Xiong defeated the famous prefecture's peerless genius, he exchanged serial tokens with the famous prefecture's peerless genius and entered the 8th place. At this moment, it was the famous prefecture's peerless genius' turn to issue a challenge. Will Yang Qinya forfeit? Although Yang Qinya had displayed extraordinary strength previously, in the eyes of the crowd, Yang Qinya was at most on the same level as the famous prefecture's peerless duo. The person in front of him now was only slightly weaker than the famous prefecture's peerless genius. If he was not confident in defeating his opponent, forfeiting was undoubtedly the best choice. Number 4. Just when most people thought that Yang Qinya would forfeit after entering the arena, including many disciples of the Chunyang school, Yang Qinya opened his mouth and issued a challenge to the peerless genius. He did not forfeit. For a moment, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Obviously, this result was out of many people's expectations. Yang Qinya hasn't used his full strength yet? Many people secretly guessed. Following that, when the peerless genius from the famous prefecture entered the arena and fought with Yang Qinya, their guesses were confirmed. Indeed, Yang Qinya had not used his full strength previously. Now, he had displayed even more strength than before and defeated the peerless genius from the famous prefecture. Yang Qinya's strength is not inferior to Wang Xiong's. I just don't know if this is their full strength. If I remember correctly, Yang Qinya is also from the Chunyang school in Tunglung province, right? This time, there are 2 monsters in the Chunyang school in Tunglung province? Duan Lingtian is still fine since he's mentally prepared. But where did Yang Qinya come from? I've never heard of his name before. Unlike the Duan Lingtian, who had been famous in the 7 prefectures for a long time, Yang Qinya's name was probably only known by some people from the top forces in Tunglung province. This was because those people had planned to recruit Yang Qinya. Of course, they had only sent ordinary elders to contact Yang Qinya. No one had expected Yang Qinya to grow to such an extent. My grand disciple seems to have sent someone to contact Yang Qinya. According to him, although Yang Qinya's talent and comprehension are good, he's only above average in the 7 Kills Valley. How did he become so strong? One of the god emperors from the 7 Kills Valley said in confusion. The people from the 7 Kills Valley were not the only ones who were confused. The people from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, and the Machi clan were also confused. That supreme divine dwelling allowed Yang Qinya to grow to such a level in such a short time? Unlike the others, Duan Lingtian only had one thought in his mind at this moment. The Divine Abode. He would have a chance to enter the Divine Abode after the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. If Yang Qinya had improved so much after entering the Divine Abode, who knew if he would improve even more? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.